Welcome to the 2022 NOBULL CrossFit Games. This is the 16th year of the CrossFit Games. It is a tremendous accomplishment for each athlete who has earned their right to compete here this week. They represent not just themselves, but also their home gyms, their local communities, and their countries. They also represent the incredible global reach of CrossFit and the vibrant international CrossFit community we all have become. Thank you for being here to celebrate them with us today at the 2022 NOBULL CrossFit Games opening ceremony.
Please join us in welcoming our first country, Argentina. Flag bearer, Sasha Nieves.
Australia, flag bearer Jay Crouch. There are 18 athletes competing. Who's timing?
Okay, they just told me we have an independent athlete coming.
It's going to be flag.
Okay. I'll kill you, okay? Okay, I'm doing...
For my piece. We rotate.
Oh, you're rotating. Okay.
Yes.
So,
Go ahead.
just do Brazil as
That's
well.
new.
Okay.
That's new.
He's going to just do double back. Okay.
You gonna double up?
Yeah, he's going to double up.
Just let me know when this
I'll let you know. Okay?
Brazil, flag bearer, Victoria Campos.
We only have your mic for production. I'll go with you for all of them. Are you ready?
Canada. There are 32 athletes competing with Canada. Flag bearer Jeffrey Adler. Jeffrey Adler is with CrossFit Wonderland. He finished first at the CrossFit Atlas Games. This is his 4th Games appearance. He started CrossFit in 2015 in Quebec.
Next up, Chile, Benjamin Conche. Benjamin competing in our Team Boys 16 to 17. It is his first Games appearance.
Colombia, flag bearer Julian Serna. Let's just skip the facts for now until we get just the name. Yeah, just do the name.
Costa Rica, flag bearer Jonathan Varela.
Czech Republic, flag bearer Anita Tucker.
Denmark, Andre Hude.
Finland, flag bearer Henrik Happalainen.
Next up, France with 10 athletes competing. Flag bearer Anne-Laure Coutusson.
Germany, flag bearer Moritz Fiebig.
Next up, Greece, flag bearer John Papadopoulos.
Guatemala, flag bearer Pablo Rosell.
Next up, Hungary, flag bearer, Laura Horvat.
Iceland, flag bearer, Björgvin Karl Gudmundsson.
Ireland, flag bearer, Lucy McGonigal.
Israel, flag bearer, Tal Simpson.
Italy, flag bearer, Giulio Roggio.
Jordan, flag bearer, Yusuf Diab.
Republic of Korea, flag bearer, Soo Young Choi.
Latvia, flag bearer, Uldis Upaniks.
Mexico, flag bearer, Leonardo Torres.
Netherlands, flag bearer, Minka van Overveld.
New Zealand, flag bearer, Jaylee Mancy.
Norway, flag bearer, Jacqueline Dahlstrom.
Paraguay, flag bearer, Harvey Ririg.
Poland, flag bearer, Gabriela Migala.
These are the independent
Roman Karenikov, Arthur Simonov, and Andrei Petku.
Serbia, flag bearer, Lazar Jukic.
Slovakia, flag bearer, Karen Frejova.
South Africa, flag bearer, Keelan Henry.
Spain, flag bearer Shashbi Osa.
Sweden, flag bearer Pia Gun.
Next up, Turkey, flag bearer Seer Kia.
United Kingdom, flag bearer Joanne McCullough.
Venezuela, flag bearer Mario Santaella.
United States of America, flag bearer Mallory O'Brien. They have 219 athletes competing. Our flag bearer Mallory O'Brien finished first in the Worldwide Open. She finished first in the 2022 individual quarterfinals, and she also finished first at the Granite Games. This is her 4th Games appearance, 2nd appearance as an individual, 4th in the teen girls 14 and 15th division in 2018, and 5th in the teen girls 14 to 15 division in 2019. She started CrossFit in 2016, and she is coached by 5-time fittest man on earth, Matthew Fraser. The Worldwide 2022 Open. The road to the CrossFit Games started back in February with the Worldwide Open, the largest sporting event on earth, participatory sporting event on earth. During the 3-week competition, one event was released online each Thursday, and athletes had 4 days to record and submit their scores. Anyone who was at least 14 years old could sign up and join in on the first stage of the CrossFit Games season, with special divisions for teenagers, age groups, and adaptive athletes in RX scaled and foundation categories. This year, nearly 300,000 individuals participated in the Worldwide Open.
Our oldest athlete competing this year is Joe Dickhoff. Incredibly fit 72-year-old is from CrossFit New Style in the Netherlands. On the other end, our youngest athlete competing this year is 14-year-old Caroline Sabatini from CrossFit Verdicts. This is our youngest women's group of individual athletes with an average age of 26.4 years old. There are 4 constants in the CrossFit Games since 2012, excluding 2020. Rebecca Voigt-Miller began competing in 2008. CrossFit Invictus started competing in 2009. Rich Froning started competing in 2010. And Lynn Knappman competed in 2010 as well. All still with us here in 2022 at the CrossFit Games.
We also have siblings competing this year. A few of them include Saxon and Spencer Panchik, who are the 8th set of siblings to compete together at the CrossFit Games, but the first twins.
They will be soon coming over to make fights.
All right, so do we still go on with the colors and everything? I got the flowers.
30 seconds. I'm giving Kiki at the start of 1:16:15, right, Herb? 20 seconds. 15 seconds. Close. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Behind each athlete, there are others. There are family members and friends. There are training partners. There are coaches. When we celebrate these athletes, we acknowledge not just them, but the people who support and challenge them to be the best they can possibly be. Athletes, this week we honor you by providing you with an extraordinary test here at the ultimate proving grounds of the Fittest on Earth. Congratulations.
Now will everyone please rise for the presentation of colors and the singing of our national anthem. With us today are members of the United States Air Force and the Madison Police Department Color Guard, led by Master Sergeant Ryan Brands. Our national anthem is being sung by Alex Yant, a local affiliate member with CrossFit Recursive right here in beautiful Madison, Wisconsin. Alex.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
One more time, ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Alex Yant and our national anthem. Keep that round of applause going, if you would, for the Madison Police Department Color Guard, again led by Sergeant Ryan Brands. Let's keep it going for our athletes, our judges, and all of our staff out there as well.
That concludes our opening ceremony, but keep your eyes peeled for the 100 wing from Madison, Wisconsin. Rumor has it there's going to be a flyover, but that will officially conclude our opening ceremony. We are excited to have you guys here, and I'm sure we'll be hearing some noise here shortly.
The 2022 NOBULL CrossFit Games are sponsored by Rogue, the official equipment supplier of the NOBULL CrossFit Games. Arasti, the official rapid recovery provider of CrossFit. Monster Hydro, the official energy drink of the NOBULL CrossFit Games. GoWad, the official mobility partner of the NOBULL CrossFit Games. And NOBULL. No excuses, no shortcuts, no gimmicks, no tomorrows. NOBULL.
Let's get started, guys. We already kind of chatted a bit, but let's go around and share where you're at, where your head's at. Just 1 or 2 sentences, how you're coming to the meeting. I'll start.
CrossFit affiliate roundtables are moderator-led, small group conversations.
Affiliate owners can gather together consistently to celebrate wins, identify weaknesses.
In that time, we share all sorts of things that affiliate owners would talk about.
My gym and your gym sound surprisingly similar. So
Yeah.
You get back what you put in. So if you're really looking for advice on business and business only, there's a roundtable that will do that. If you're looking to be like, man, I just need some emotional support as an affiliate owner, there's a roundtable that'll do that too.
We get into this business because we love exercise, and what we discover is that we need support.
There's so many conversations to be had. And we're just trying to open that door so that they can connect.
What does it take? How do I train? What do I eat? How do I recover? How much do I sleep? How do I react? What if this happens? What if that happens? Am I prepared? It all adds up. It's not about what I do. It's about what I don't do. No excuses. No shortcuts. No gimmicks. No tomorrows. Where I am is exactly where I'm supposed to be.
My name's Rich Froning, 4-time individual CrossFit Games champion, 5-time affiliate cup champion. As I've gotten more advanced in my career, nutrition has taken more of a front seat to go along with my training, and RP has helped me over the last couple of years dial that in and take the guesswork out of what I'm doing. Nutrition timing is a huge piece, as well as nutrition or macro count. And currently I'm eating 100 grams of fat, 200 grams of protein, and about 500 grams of carbohydrates. We've played around with that over the years, but that's kind of what we've settled on, especially this time of year. RP diet has helped me a ton, and it can help you too.
As a 10-year affiliate, I would advise somebody who's new and starting out in the CrossFit world to be passionate in your pursuit of education, to hone in your craft and your skill, which CAP programming helps us do, and really take the opportunity with the time that's freed up to get to dig in deep with your members and your community, get to know what motivates them and triggers them and keeps them excited about coming back.
It is never a bad day for some heavy barbells. An off day is now a work day here at the 2022 NOBULL CrossFit Games. Thanks for joining us, everybody, from the North Park of the Alliant Energy Center. I'm Sean Woodland with Chase Ingram. And Nikki Brazier is down on the competition floor. Event 2 is supposed to take place yesterday. It's taking place today. And Chase, to quote the Terminator, run with me if you want to lift.
Couldn't be simpler, easier. Sean, one of the very first CrossFit.com event was called Move Fast and Lift Heavy, and we've got 400-meter runs and max jerks. We're bringing out the jerk blocks for the very first time.
Recipe for success presented by Trifecta.
Just as you said, you've got to move fast and lift heavy. I can think of no easier way to talk about the beauty of the CrossFit methodology displayed here out on the field here at North Park.
19 women are in this first of 2 heats. Lucy Campbell is someone who can run very well. Keep an eye on her for the run portion of this event. Christine Kolbrander, very strong. Karen Freyova, an athlete who is skilled at both of the aspects of this event. She could make some noise here. But it's Gabby Magawa we'll be watching.
Well, she needs to make a move here, and something we're going to see on both the men and the women's sides. There are a lot of athletes littered all over the leaderboard in places they didn't expect to be. And with 200 points up for grabs today, there is a lot of things that can change here.
Amanda Barnhart is another woman who can move some heavy weight, and she has done that many times here in Madison, Wisconsin.
The other part of that coin, though, Sean, is sprinting. If you look at the sprint last year in just the 500-meter run, she was about mid-pack there, even though she has top-tier strength. So she's going to need both to get out of this hole.
First window is underway. 2 minutes for a 200-meter run, 400-meter run, pardon me, and then max jerks off the blocks.
And what I love about this is that this really completes the circle as far as a lot of the general physical skills touched in what was supposed to be the first day of competition. We went long. We tested aerobic capacity and endurance, stamina with the high volume gymnastics, and skills in those skill tests here. Today, we're getting that middle portion. We've got speed and we have power. And if you want to get back in the top 10, you're going to need to have both.
Gabby Magawa and Sarah Kaya, saw them make the turn. 200 points up for grabs in this event. The fastest cumulative time on the run, that athlete gets 100 points, and then the most cumulative reps on the shoulder to overhead, that athlete will receive 100 points.
And the tough part here is this turn really disrupts the rhythm in the sprint. If we were out there on the track, you get a nice clean run, one lap around, you can get into a rhythm, you can hit your stride and try to maintain that. Every time you take a turn, you have to break that rhythm. You got to slow down, chop your steps, and speed back up.
Here comes Gabby Magawa and Sarah Kaya. They will be the first
30 seconds.
To the barbell.
They have 30 seconds to get as many reps as possible.
200 pounds on the barbell. And Magawa has 1 rep in the bag.
Now, the thing these athletes have to do is they have to drop the bar each time. So you can't cycle this bar over your head. They have to do these in single reps.
10 seconds. 10 seconds, you heard him.
Emily Turner is through 3. Magawa is through 3, but Turner right now with the lead on the lifts. She gets through 5.
And it was tough there is that we got the rep completed for Campbell, but she hadn't stood up the rep completely. So she did all the work you need to do to hit the rep, but since it was behind the time cap, they're not allowed to work past it. We've seen a lot of different versions when it comes to strength or lifts in a certain time frame. It's been you must start the lift before you hit the 2-minute mark or finish it. In this case, the rep must be completed before the end of that minute mark. And we're only going to get a 60-second reset, and then we add distance on the run from 400 to 600. We add an extra minute of work time, yet the number of jerks is up to the athletes in the time that they have remaining. And the big thing that's important for athletes here is to be able to try to recover as quick as they can before the next interval set.
Now it's the 600-meter run, and the athlete's cumulative run time will be displayed on the placards in front of the lane marker. We'll try to keep an eye on that for you. And then in our scoring hat, we will display the total amount of shoulder to overhead reps that the athletes have been able to complete. And right now, it is Emily Turner who has a lead with 5. Sydney Mikulich and Freyova, Barnhart, Magawa all got 4.
And the fun part about every event that you have here is that there's always those 3 different categorical athletes you're looking at. You've got, say, one athlete in this case that's the fast one, but maybe not the strong one. Someone who's the strong one, but not the fast one. But we're always trying to find the middle ground athlete, the prototypical CrossFitter who is the best at both. And when you're looking to, obviously, Gabby Magawa was one of the athletes that, she was talked about being in the top 5 potential, maybe a threat for the podium. Amanda Barnhart, one of those as well, even though they're littered with rookies next to him, is that there's no gaming this. If you want to be in the top 5, if you want to make the podium or get even in that final heat going into tomorrow, there's nothing that's like, well, I'll run fast and pace out and rest here. You have to be both. And if there's nothing more simple to explain if you want to be great at the sport of CrossFit, having to be both is the answer for everything.
Gabby Magawa and Sarah Kaya out front again on the 600-meter run. O2 is the official recovery drink and hydration mix of the NOBULL CrossFit Games. Visit drinko2.com/CrossFit for $25 site-wide on O2 recovery drinks and hydration mixes. So 1 minute left in the window here as Gabby Magawa makes the turn back for what should be her final lap.
You look at the total volume of work here as far as the run is concerned. And it's over a mile. You have the 800 and then the 400 plus 6, like an 1,800 meter run in total. at a very, very high pace. Most of these athletes, cumulative, are going to run faster than maybe their mile pace over the course of 800 meters.
30 seconds left in the round, and Gabby Magawa is going to be first to the barbell along with Sarah Kaya.
That's the first split we've seen Magawa do. She opted for that power or that push jerk power receiving position.
And that'll be the end of window number 2.
Now they'll get a 2-minute break before they get into their final set, where they had 1 minute on the first half.
Let's send it down to Nikki Brazier on the field.
Thank you. Now, Chase, you mentioned this earlier. These athletes have to push it on both parts of this event if they want the chance to succeed. But what I'm noticing is that the first women in from the run are oftentimes taking a minute to compose themselves, adjusting their belt, kind of really centering themselves before they get to the barbell. The ladies who are taking a little bit longer on the run are the ones who are running right up to it and attacking it, racking it immediately without taking a break. So at the end of the day, we'll see who has to push it on either side in order to get to the top of the podium.
I was talking to Chris Henshaw earlier about really what athletes should be doing during these break times, and it's almost the exact opposite of what you see some of these athletes doing. Is that your #1 job is to try to get that lactic acid out of your muscles, because the sprints are just going to dump that in there. And the problem with lactic acid buildup is it starts to slow down those fast twitch muscle fibers if the long twitch ones can't take them out. And so looking at what athletes should be doing is whatever they can do to flush that system as best as they can before the next one, because if that lactic acid builds up too much, it's going to take away from that fast twitch, or just say your power or ability to express that power for the push jerks.
Once again, the times that are displayed in front of the athlete's lane marker are the cumulative run times. Athlete with the fastest cumulative run time will earn 100 points, and then the most shoulder to overhead, that's also another 100 points. And unofficially, Emily Turner is leading in the shoulder to overhead department. Final window here, 4 minutes to run 800 meters.
Again, 800 meters in that short shuttle run distance, so there's a lot of start and stop on this 800, and that's a long distance to go for your third sprint interval.
These ladies working on probably the worst part of this event, an 800-meter run. It's just long enough where you can't quite sprint it, but short enough.
There's Matilda Garns. Right now, unofficially, Gabby Magawa is the fastest runner at 3 minutes 49 seconds.
Magawa's one of the faster sprinters in the field, getting a top 10 place last year in that 500-meter time trial effort. That was also out here around the North Park Arena. So she has the speed, but she also has the strength, which is the combo that we're testing. That speed and power. As you said earlier, you got to have both. If you're just looking to, do the best you can out here competitively, but Gabby Magawa's, she has been on a very steep trajectory up since about the midway point last year at the 2021 NOBULL CrossFit Games. During the run clean ladder is really where she just kind of took it to the next level, and she took that through Rogue Invitational. She took that through her semifinal, and now she's bringing it back here on the competition floor in Madison.
Right now, 9th place overall with 217 points. Matilda Garns making the turn back. It's a final window, 800-meter run, and then max shoulder to overhead. And Magawa is out front once again. She has led every time during the running portion of these two-scored events.
Flip side of that coin is finding out, how many reps she has accumulated so far on the shoulder to overhead portion. And she's right up there with the best of them in this heat as well.
Just hitting the 2.5-minute marker.
2.5 minutes gone by in this 4-minute window, so 90 seconds remain.
Straight to their barbell.
And what's tough for Gabby is that, this is the first heat. And there is a massive benefit of knowing how fast you need to run, how many reps you need to get in that second heat. We talk about how valuable it is to get in those later heats. This is a perfect example of why, because when you're in the first heat, you don't know what a good score is. You don't know how fast you need to run, how many reps you're going to need to get. How do you strategize your way through these intervals to get those goal times or those goal reps? And being in that second heat is such a huge advantage in an event like this.
Now Gabby Magawa back to the barbell with about 30 seconds remaining. Sarah Kaya's back as well. Now the bar has to return to the blocks after every rep.
These athletes gotta hustle, dig deep, and make it happen. 15 seconds.
Now 10 seconds remaining for Gabby Magawa.
I mean, it looks good. The problem is it might not feel good when you're on a bar, but Magawa looks great. And Turner might have missed it right at the buzzer.
And there is Ellie Turner. We're waiting on an official count here to figure out who won that opening heat and set the time that heat number 2 will be shooting for in both the run and then the score and the shoulder to overhead. Amanda Barnhart did very well in the second part of this event, as expected, when she got her hands on the barbell. Unofficially, Barnhart is your winner in the lift portion of this. Magawa is the fastest runner, and we'll get you those scores as soon as we have them. But unofficially, those are your results for the first of these 2 heats. Barnhart on the lift, Magawa on the run.
From CrossFit HQ. Number 2 coming up next.
So Amanda Barnhart in 21st place overall, hoping that she can help her cause and move farther up the leaderboard at the end of event number 2. More to come from Madison, Wisconsin after a quick break. Day 2 of the 2022 NOBULL CrossFit Games, and it's event number 2 for the individuals here, even though they have been through 3 events. Trust me, it works out. Thanks for being with us, everybody, here at the Alliant Energy Center in Madison, Wisconsin. Here are your overall standings after 3 events. Youth is being served on top of the overall standings. Mal O'Brien with 267 points is your overall leader. Emma Lawson had the leader's jersey yesterday. She is in 2nd place. The woman going for her 6th straight title. Tia Toomey sits in 8th. And for more on that, here's Nikki Brazier.
Yeah, this isn't where we're used to seeing Tia on the leaderboard. And the last time that she wasn't wearing the white leader's jersey was back in 2019 after event 2. This also isn't the first time that she's needed to dig herself out of a little bit of a hole. Now, it's been a while. That last time was 2015, her rookie year. She had her worst career finish in heavy DT, came in 31st place. But she was able to dig herself out of that deficit and ended out on 5th place that year. So the question is this event where she reclaims that white leader's jersey?
Shuttle to overhead is presented by O2. And you got to think that if this is in anyone's wheelhouse, it's Tia Toomey.
And as Nick was saying, is like if any opportunity to bounce back, this is the event. She's one of the fastest women in the field. She's one of the strongest women in the field. And that's what you need to be in this event. Move fast, lift heavy. Both is the only option for someone like Tia-Clair Toomey to get herself back into contention for that podium spot and that 6th consecutive championship.
20 women will be on the field for this second of 2 heats. Cara Saunders can certainly move a barbell. Some of her event wins at the CrossFit Games have come with a heavy barbell in her hands. And watch out for Turi Helgadottir, who will be able to move well on the run, as well as Haley Adams. Danny Spiegel, always dangerous when she gets her hands on a heavy barbell. And Christy O'Connell, a very, very talented runner. But there is Tia Toomey, 200 points here, looking to get herself back into the top 5.
And I think that's what's great for Tia is, just as you said, Sean, 200 points are up for grabs in the next 15 minutes. Only 300 were presented for them yesterday alone. So nearly an entire day's worth of points in 15 minutes.
And the 2 youngsters on top of the overall standings. On the right, Mal O'Brien. On the left, 17-year-old Emma Lawson.
This is where expectations start to raise the pressure on these young up-and-coming athletes. You did not expect to be wearing a leader jersey, I am sure, after day number 1, let alone in your second or first individual CrossFit Games experience out here with the big guys.
Stand by.
2-minute window here to run 400 meters and then max shoulder to overhead. And we're still waiting on the official totals, but we do know that Gabriela Magawa is the fastest runner, and Amanda Barnhart had the best total unofficially on the shoulder to overhead in heat number 1.
And the question for a lot of these athletes, and it's always individual case-by-case basis, is where can you get the most time the easiest way possible? A lot of times it's really on the first run, because when you look at the distance that they have to cover, it's not very much. There's less turns. There's more opportunities to use some of that adrenaline. But you don't want to tip the scales too much in the other direction as far as building up too much of that lactic acid, which is exactly what these sprints are designed to do. Obviously, we're trying to test your work capacity and speed, but your ability to recover and your ability to lift heavy under that fatigue and duress.
Haley Adams is out front here.
Haley got to wear the white jersey yesterday for the first time after event number 1. And I tell you what, this is a tale of 2 things for Haley. One of the best sprinters and runners in the women's division, but as we know, the strength portion is going to be tough for her. But one thing people don't understand is Haley's ability to move high percentage lifts for reps. She might not have the best 1-rep max, but close to her max. 90%ers, she's not bad at cycling that bar.
And there is Tia Toomey with about 15 seconds to go here. Haley Adams was on the barbell as well, as was Danielle Brandon. So all the women getting to work here on this set of shoulder to overhead. No rep in the background there for Rebecca Fuselier. Now final seconds.
All right, Tia got about 4 reps.
And Haley Adams came in about 6 seconds ahead of Gabby Magawa's pace from heat number 1.
I think for Haley, her only option is to try to win the sprint. We know she's not going to be a top finisher in this strength test, right? This isn't an isolated max lift. It's high volume reps at a very high percentage weight for Haley. And so to offset that, she needs to fight for those 100 points. As we advance the run, this is a better thing for Haley. You're taking what she's great at and giving her more opportunity to be great at that and at least distance herself from the field in the sprint. She just has to get, even if she gets mid-pack, which is totally doable for someone like Haley in this specific movement, it's going to be a huge win for Haley.
So unofficially, Danielle Brandon, Tia Toomey, and Mal O'Brien all got 5 reps in that first round.
Danielle Brandon, about mid-pack here. Great sprinter. This is not just a, sprint around the field. This is a total of 1,800 meters of running. A mile is just right above 1,600. And so when you put that in, it's like, hey, sprint a mile. They're going to be running cumulative faster than basically their mile PR. You got to keep that into account. How do you feel after a dead mile sprint? Well, just like that, dead after a mile sprint. Now, you do get to break this up, but when you layer in that heavy cycling barbell, I like this event for Danielle Brandon's skill set as well. She's not going to be the fastest one out there, but she is one of the best female athletes when it comes to a shoulder to overhead movement.
Haley Adams is in the lead. Looks like Tia Toomey in second and Christy O'Connell in third on the 600-meter run. O2 is the official recovery drink and hydration mix of the NOBULL CrossFit Games. Visit drinko2.com/CrossFit for $25 site-wide on O2 recovery drinks and hydration mixes.
Haley was ahead by quite a bit early on, but Tia Toomey is starting to catch up to her. Now for Haley, even if Tia catches up, if they can get a net zero on this, she still has a near 6-second advantage going into the final 800.
And Toomey is well ahead of the two women who are on top of the overall standings, Emma Lawson and Mal O'Brien, right now in the 600-meter run. 3-minute window here as Haley Adams probably has about 1 lap remaining, as does Tia Toomey. She makes the turn. She was on the left side of your screen, but Haley Adams is now opening up a lead here.
She definitely just kicked in another gear.
Here comes Toomey. And then Brooke Wells at the bottom of your screen. Here comes Haley Adams.
Good amount of time. Haley's taking a little walk. It looks like Tia's just sprinting right to her platform.
Here comes Tia. That'll be 6 for Tia, as she's now the leader in the lift. As Danielle Brandon and Mal O'Brien are now just getting onto the barbell. Tia's through 7. 10 seconds to go in this window. Danielle Brandon and Mal O'Brien are a rep behind Tia. And I'm not sure they got that. We'll see what the judge calls on that one, but that was close. Tia Toomey unofficially with 11 total reps. Mal O'Brien at 10. Danielle Brandon at 10.
And this is the big opportunity. 2 minutes on the clock. And just trying to get a little bit of water. There's a, it's beautiful out here, but it's, sun beating down on you in 2 minutes. We've already sprinted for 1,000 meters. So how can they recover before this final 800?
Let's go back down to Nikki Brazier on the field.
Well, that's a really good question, and I think made more complicated by the fact that it is incredibly hot down here. Not a cloud in the sky is offering a single drop of shade for these athletes. So how can they recover, of course, from the difficult task at hand, but also how can they recover in this heat might make a difference here in this final round.
Mal O'Brien has been behind the pace on the run, but she is right there with Tia Toomey on the shoulder to overhead. 1 rep behind her as they get set for the third and final window. 4 minutes now to run an 800-meter loop, and then max jerks at 200 pounds.
Adding another minute, 4 minutes of total work available. And for Tia sitting in that 9th place position, this, again, we said, is such a great opportunity to pretty much quiet all the noise going into the 3rd day of competition tomorrow. With these 200 points available, 100 in each one, max reps as 1 score, total cumulative time as another.
Haley Adams, 6th place overall right now. She had her first career event win yesterday in the opening event. So final window here, 4 minutes, 800-meter run, max shoulder to overhead. Gabby McGowan, the top runner from heat number 1 with a cumulative time of 6 minutes, 11 seconds unofficially. Still waiting on a total from Amanda Barnhart in the shoulder to overhead. Now Toomey is starting to pull even with Haley Adams early on here in this 800-meter circuit. Christy O'Connell is there on the right side in the black shorts, and bottom of your screen, there's Brooke Wells.
And Haley, nice long stride, looks very comfortable. And as you said, this is a great opportunity for Haley to still get a big score. Able to get 100 points potentially here for 2A. And as far as total reps, again, Haley traditionally in any strength test is usually bottom 10. We even saw it at the semifinal. With this type of test, you know, you take a strength test, you turn it into a barbell cycling test with that shoulder overhead. Something fairly new that we've seen here at the games. If she can just get mid-pack or really above, get kind of that middle third. I mean, last year she stood at a barbell and got 0 in one of the tests and still got in the top 5. That's how good she is at everything else. And if she can sneak 100 points out of this, finish mid-pack, 2/3, that's going to be great for Tia going forward, or for Haley.
Here comes Haley Adams as we're past the 2-minute mark, so more than halfway through this 4-minute window. Adams getting set to lap Danny Spiegel, who's at the bottom of your screen. 6 minutes, 11 seconds, the total run time from Gabby McGowan, the leader in heat number 1, and Adams is well ahead of that pace right now.
You know, I don't know where Adams' total reps is yet, but that's the weapon that the sprint can be against some of the athletes who are traditionally going to beat you in a strength test, is that you just get more time to get more opportunities at the reps, where some of these other ones, if they can't get enough time to get the lifts in, yes, they could be stronger than you and do more reps, but when they don't have enough time, that's a big element of this test as well.
Less than a minute to go now. Haley Adams putting the finishing touches on this 800-meter run. And she's going to have a really good amount of time, more than 30 seconds, to get as many lifts as she possibly can. And right now she has 6 total. The Haley Adams on the left, Tia Toomey's on the right. Toomey's your leader in the lift portion of this event. She's through now 12 shoulder to overheads. Now Mal O'Brien is just getting back to her barbell.
And Tia is just destroying these shoulders. She doesn't even take her hands off the barbell. She keeps it locked in, rolls it in, and what's good for her too is just that nice, quick, concise shoulder to overhead, not even doing a split jerk that a lot of these athletes are having to resort to.
Tia Toomey's going to unofficially get credit for 18 lifts. Looking like she's going to win this portion of the event and pick up 100 points. And she got some help from Danielle Brandon in the lift portion. Brandon able to get between Toomey and Mal O'Brien. And we'll have to see if any scores from heat number 1 factor in here. But 18 shoulder to overhead for Tia Toomey. Haley Adams looking to lock up another 100 points and win the run portion of this event.
Huge for Tia Toomey. As we said, the perfect opportunity for her to just right the ship. Definitely not the day she wanted yesterday. For sure not the placing she wanted coming into the second day of competition, but right from the start, we saw Haley Adams take it out pretty quick, but Tia was right on her heels. And for Tia, we were speaking how well Haley was doing, but she might have the second or third best run of all of them. And that was one of her first reps. And sometimes it just takes to get a feel for, okay, how is my body going to feel after the sprint? And the whole time, she was keeping her hands on the barbell, being very particular as far as her setup was concerned. And what I like too is that opting for that push jerk, so she's not splitting her feet. That's a quicker cycle time, less time under tension overhead because she doesn't have to stand her feet together, and that just allowed her more opportunities to get reps overhead.
Send it down to Nikki Brazier.
Such an incredible race to watch. Congratulations to both of you ladies. Haley, I will start with you. What do you do in training specifically that can help you in a sprint style event like this?
I'd say we do a lot of one-to-one workouts, so going fast and then getting a little bit of rest is a good training to help this. So.
Things are a little bit different on game day, obviously. The heat down here, for one thing. How did that affect you?
Actually wasn't too bad, I think, because we got some rest in the middle of it, but it was hot.
Absolutely. Now, Tia, you barely took your hands off the barbell in that last set. What did you know that you needed to do in order to get that 100 points?
Just be super consistent and just keep attacking.
And mentality on this next day of competition, given what yesterday looked like, how are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm ready for a fight. I can't fucking wait.
Congratulations, ladies. Thank you.
Tia Toomey looking to move up the overall standings and punch her way into the top 3 after that performance. Women are done. Men coming up next. Stay with us here at the 2022 NOBULL CrossFit Games from Madison, Wisconsin.
CrossFit affiliate is a place. It could be in a park, it could be in a brick and mortar.
What they would find is a community that they can instantly bond with, great people, great coaches, people who really want to see them succeed through their hard work.
CrossFit affiliates are owned by thousands of small business owners who are part of their communities in every different corner of the world.
It's literally the ownership are the people that are in the community. So they're people that might have started, lost 100 pounds, recognize that, hey, there are other people that need this and I want to be the providing source for that.
So the CrossFit affiliate gives people a sense of belonging. It's that camaraderie. It might feel a little bit intimidating at first, but when you understand that everyone within those four walls wants you to do the best, it's very addictive and it's very beneficial and positive to you.
You don't get to do what you love if you're in pain. So slow, smooth. Good, back to the middle. And right ear, right shoulder. We're here testing the 2022 NOBULL CrossFit Games workouts. Arasti's role is to make sure the athletes are able to perform to the best of their abilities, so that we can do our part to ensure this year's test is the best that it can be.
That's great.
You notice if it's one side, your spine is super straight, there's feels like it's play off once it gets older, like what happens with the tendons.
Here at Arasti, what we do is we find things that are holding you back, things that are causing you pain, that limits your ability to not only work out really well, but to just live pain-free, do things you love to do. We find what's wrong with you, we get you out of pain, and then we show you ways to keep yourself healthy so you don't have to keep coming back to us.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Before you were a beast, life was boring. And so were your sunglasses.
What makes a good coach? Well, we have the definition of effective coaching, but at the heart of great coaching, first thing is you have to care. And what we try to teach everyone coming into the level one is, regardless of the ability level of who walks into your gym, that person deserves a cue. Whether that be someone who is coming to their first CrossFit class or a games athlete like Chandler Smith. Our ability as coaches and our effectiveness is directly impacted by our ability to have someone leaving our class better and have learned something new than when they walked in the door.
Individual action continues here on day number 2 of competition at the 2022 NOBULL CrossFit Games from the Alliant Energy Center in Madison, Wisconsin. Glad you're with us today, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with Chase Ingram and 5-time individual games athlete Dan Bailey joining us in the booth, and Mike Arsenault is down on the competition floor. Event number 2 was supposed to be held yesterday. Yours now gets held today. It is Shuttle to Overhead, presented by O2.
Oh man, we just saw the women tackle this, and it's living up to the billing, as you need to be good at both. You need to be able to fast on your feet, but strong overhead in this interval style event.
The recipe for success presented by Trifecta is
very simple. You've got to move fast and you got to lift heavy if you want to get yourself into contention for that podium position. There is no other way to get through this event.
Start list for the first of 2 heats for the men. In lane number 9, Saxon Panchik is a guy who can run very well. He won the sprint event back in 2019, and Alexander Carone is someone who will do some damage with the barbell. Andre Uday and Jason Hopper, keep an eye on them if they can get to the barbell with a good amount of time left, because they can certainly do some damage there. But Brent Fikowski looking to move his self up the leaderboard. He's 25th after 3 events.
And it's wild. We've seen this all over the place on both the men and the women, just athletes in places you didn't expect them to be.
And Tudor Magda, one of the younger competitors in the field, really looking to showcase what he's able to do in this event.
He's one of the stronger athletes overhead, and he's one of the best on his hands. Unfortunately, he didn't get to display that yesterday as far as handstand walk. Hopefully, we'll see a little bit of that strength today on the overhead portion.
First window underway, 2 minutes for a 400-meter run, then max shoulder to overhead at 300 pounds.
Dan, when you're testing this, where did you emphasize kind of where you're going to push or hold back relative to the 4, 6, and 8?
Yeah, for me, I tried to figure out what pace I would probably hold for the entire thing. So you guys talked about in the last heat, somewhere between my max effort mile pace and maybe just a little bit harder, because you mentioned those turnarounds. I can kind of predict what I need to run or how I need to pace if you've been familiar with running at those distances. But now we're going to throw a whole turnaround in there. That's going to take some time off of that distance, meaning I have to push just a little bit harder. For me overall, my emphasis was definitely a little more on the run than the shoulder to overhead.
I know you had a really close hand in helping Adrian Bosman come up with this event. What was that process like to work with him on this?
It was a blast. You know, after we finished an event like this, we'd sit down, he'd say, okay, give it to me. What's the cons? What's the bad part? What don't you like? Where do you think the problems are going to show up? He would take all the feedback from the athletes, and he would be very direct, like, I think you're wrong there. We're going to stick with this. And also, like, that's a very good point. Let's talk about that a little bit more. So all these things weren't just, we didn't just do them and then that was it. These things were talked about to get the events where they're at today.
Brent Fikowski to the barbell along with most of the field. So 300 pounds on the barbell. Again, the barbell has to return to the blocks with every lift. Now, if you do get it to your shoulders, when the clock hits 0, you can still get credit for the lift. That has been clarified to us. Now, you tested this at 245.
I tested it once at my house at 245, and then I did test it at 300. I had the option to do a little less weight because I'm a little older, but I said, no, load the bar up, let's do this. That was actually one of the things we debated on was, do we think the event's better by getting it to your shoulders and allowing the extra rep, or just calling it when the clock goes off or when the siren sounds there? And we thought it'd be better if you get it to your shoulders, go for it. You're eating into your rest time, you know, but if you think you can get that next rep, go for it.
Georgios Karavis, 37th place overall after 3 events, but he was the man unofficially with the fastest time on the run there at 1:23.02 seconds. We now have the 1-minute rest, and then we'll get set for the 3-minute window of the 600-meter run and the max jerks of 300 pounds.
And that is not a lot of rest in a turnaround for this particular event, especially when you're adding some distance on the run.
As far as the lift is concerned, as we get set to begin the 600-meter run, Tudor Magda, Andre Uday, Jason Hopper, and Saxon Panchik all got through 5 reps. Brent Fikowski got 4.
They got 5 shoulder to overhead. Yorgo still holding on to the lead, but look at that. Baden Brown now taking over the lead.
Fikowski unofficially second in the run at 124.97 seconds, tied with Cole Sager. Alex Vigneault was in 4th, and then Baden Brown in 5th. And remember, it is your cumulative run time. 100 points for the fastest cumulative run, 100 points for the most lifts on the 300-pound barbell.
Now, Karavis was out hard on the 400, but not on the 6, so he's actually falling back to, it looks like, 4th place overall in this heat so far. It's like Baden Brown.
Alex Vigneault and Cole Sager also on the screen as well. Baden Brown had the 5th fastest time in the 400-meter run.
Baden Brown, he seems like one of the bigger athletes in the field, but he's a fantastic runner. In fact, I think he made his name for himself in the Madison Tri-Plus, where I believe he won that event, where they basically finished in the stadium after a swim and then that run into the stadium.
4th year at the games. His best career finish came in 2020 when he took 11th. Here comes Joris Karavis.
It was last year, actually, during the Run Tozeberg, we took 2nd overall to Lazar Jukic, only by 4 seconds.
Approaching the 1-minute marker, giving them the warning.
Saxon Panchik on the left side of your screen in the gray top is starting to make a push on the run here. And he is towards the front of the lift as well. So Panchik, 2:21.77 seconds for the run. And he got through 5 shoulder to overheads in round number 1. Now he is through 6. It's on the left side of your screen.
Now, one thing, a lot of these athletes are opting for that push. You're going wider and wider with their split. One thing they need to take into account is actually the width between the jerk blocks. And Fikowski is definitely one of those athletes just with the longer limbs and that wider receiving position. There's a little bit of interference there.
And Fikowski, since that was to his shoulders, should get credit for that rep. So Saxon Panchik and Jason Hopper right now, your leaders in the shoulder to overhead at 10 reps apiece.
Now, what you see a lot of athletes are doing is this hunched over hunch position.
And there is Jason Hopper, who is towards the front of the barbell movement. Let's send it down to Mike Arsenault.
Well, through one day of the competition, currently 7 of the top 10 spots in the leaderboard are occupied by international athletes. So let's describe this event for an international audience. These athletes are putting 136 kilograms overhead, and it is balmy here in the North Park. It is a warm 29 degrees Celsius. Now, whether you count in pounds or kilograms, all the athletes are very excited that the blocks are included in this event because it allows for a greater margin of error. They can push past that point of fatigue and get a few more jerk attempts in there, knowing that they have the blocks to save them if they do fail.
Thank you, Mike.
Dan, we're talking about trying to recover in between intervals and that lactic acid buildup from these repetitive sprints. This 2-minute block, anything specific you were doing to try to recover for this 3rd and final round?
Just keep myself calm, stay focused on the task. You know, nice, slow, deep breaths, not getting too excited or too worried about what has just happened or what needs to happen, just focusing on what my goals are for the run and then what I anticipate to get on the jerks.
Athletes, hand on your gun drops.
There is Saxon Panchik, who is looking to move his way up the overall standings.
10 seconds.
Finished 5th last year. Career best finish for him at the CrossFit Games.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen.
I think one of the things that's deceiving about this from the visual is all the running, and it's like, okay, now they're going to do an upper body movement. And it's like, no, they're not. Like, they are getting a majority of the power of that barbell to get off their chest with their lower body. So being able to knock out 4 or 5 reps at 300 pounds with using your lower body after running as hard as they are, it's really, really impressive.
2 scores up for grabs like we've been talking about. Total run time, you can see those scores.
O2, the official recovery drink and hydration mix of the NOBULL CrossFit Games. You can visit drinko2.com/CrossFit for $25 site-wide on O2 recovery drinks and hydration mixes. Saxon Panchik in the lead here on this 800-meter run. 4-minute window here to get the run and then as many shoulder to overheads as you can.
You were talking earlier is that, you know, in the 400, you are the freshest, but it's also an opportunity, I think, to kind of screw up your pace with the adrenaline in the crowd and maybe tip the scales too much. We may have seen that from Karavis a little bit, but as far as the ability or the opportunity to get the most time on someone, that longer distance is really your best shot there. So when you look at, Dan, the 400, 600, 800, you said he kept a steady pace throughout there, but was there any advantage or you see for some of these athletes to take the opportunity when you have it for the 800, maybe get 5 to 10 seconds that you wouldn't have gotten earlier on the 400?
Yeah, absolutely. The 400 meters, I would say, is the perfect distance to put yourself in a hole if you're not careful about what you're doing. So if you come out way too hot, that 1-minute recovery is not going to be a whole lot as you jump back into the 600 meters. So if you get over your skis a little bit in that first one, it's definitely going to set you up for some damage here in the 800. You're going to feel it if you went out too fast in the 400 in spite of those rest minutes.
2 minutes, fellas. There it is, halfway. 2 minutes remain for our athletes.
Halfway through this 4-minute window as Saxon Panchik continues to lead here. Right now he's has one of the top running scores, and he is towards the front as well in the shoulder to overhead along with Jason Hopper. So Saxon Panchik, 32nd place overall coming into this event. Looking to move into maybe the top 20.
Saxon has a decent relationship with North Park Field and a sprinting event 2019. He actually won that event to get him into basically from a cut line. That's what he needed to get into it. And then obviously what he did from there was pretty impressive, getting himself a top 10 finish. So, you know, some places feel a little bit more like home. You know, Dan, you've been competing for a long time in different arenas throughout the years. You know, do you feel like you have some type of connection with some different, like tennis stadium versus soccer stadium versus outdoor arena? Maybe something that's more, you know, like you perform better in certain places. Do you feel that as an athlete?
I think anybody who competed when I did out at the Home Depot Center or StubHub Center, you have that connection with the tennis stadium. It was super special with the lights and the crowd and the community, and it always elevated your performance. So I have no doubt that these athletes have some special places in their heart without on the field today or in the Coliseum here in Madison.
Saxon Panchik unofficially at 3:08 on that 800-meter run.
That looks good.
And Hopper is back to the barbell, I believe. He's through 12, as is Saxon Panchik.
Saxon's doing the same thing that Tia did, and he's not letting go of his hands. So he's in the upper left lane.
Hopper is on the right, trying to stay even with Saxon Panchik. Right now, the two of them just about even, as Saxon is barely ahead of Hopper right now.
And I like that
both
move.
will be able to get this lift. So Saxon Panchik, unofficially 17, is going to edge out Jason Hopper by 1 rep. Tim Paulson and Tudor Magda were behind them at 15 each, and Willie George at 13. Saxon looking like he set the mark to beat in both the run and the lift.
Yes, Dan said it's something about an arena you perform the best in, and the outdoor North Park might be that for Saxon Panchik. And you know, this is the first rep coming in from that 400, and everybody's first or second rep looked a little sketchy. It's not like something you get to really test in the warm-up area, but after that, once he got his feet underneath him, this is when he started to pick up the pace a little bit, because he was not first after the 400. But Dan, as you said, is that there's really not a lot to gain by pushing that 400, more just what to lose. But overhead, Saxton looked so good. I love how he kept his hands on the barbell. T was doing the same thing. Obviously some strategy from Shane Orr giving him to his athletes, but at the very end, when there was 1 second left on the clock, his big deal is there to at least rack it and give himself at least one more opportunity for one more rep.
What is this rest day you speak of?
I thought this was National Guimajeros Day.
Nope. Supposed to be an off day today, but got to roll some heavy barbells out in the North Park here, the Alliant Energy Center. Glad you're with us, everybody, for the second and final heat for the men in event number 2 on your scorecard. Ricky Garrard is your overall leader. Justin Medeiros sits in second. Pat Vellner went from 20th to 8th to 3rd yesterday. Let's send it down to Mike Arsenault with more on Ricky Garrard.
Well, this is Ricky's first appearance at the CrossFit Games since 2017. He's acquitted himself very well thus far with 3 finishes inside the top 10, including 100 points on event number 1. I spoke to his coach, Justin Collar, in the warm-up area, and he said Ricky is back to normal. Nerves got the best of him back in the semifinal because he's so stressed out to try to qualify for the CrossFit Games. Now that he's here, it's all gravy, but now that he finds himself in the leader's jersey, he wants to stay there. His strategy here for event number 2 is to try to win, get 100 points on the run portion and have damage control on the lift portion.
Shuttle to overhead is presented by O2.
400-meter run to start in that 2-minute time frame. In the time they have left, max shoulder to overhead at 300 pounds in just that 1-minute break. Moving into that second section, Sean, 2 scores, 1 for the run and 1 for the lift. You got to move fast, you got to lift heavy. You have to have the best of both worlds. And a lot of athletes in this heat have an opportunity to be in the top of both of those.
20 men in this second and final heat. Colton Mertens is a guy who can certainly move some weight, so look for him to do well on the shoulder to overhead portion. And then in lanes 11 through 20, a pair of guys who can really motor. That's Uldis Upniks and Lazar Jukic. Jeff Adler is someone that we'll be paying attention to when he gets to the barbell, but it's Guy Majeros. When you talk about a guy who might be tailor-made for this event, it's him.
Well, Guy won the sprint last year, and he won the lift last year, and he is one of the most powerful and strongest athletes in the field across the board.
Top 3 men in the overall standings will all be right next to each other. Ricky Garrard, Justin Medeiros, and Pat Vellner.
Look at this opening 400, and again, as we said in the first heat, is trying to temper the intensity and not get wrapped up into the race too soon. There is a long way to go after this. 1,400 meters of sprinting after this 400.
You know, it's funny you mentioned on the last heat, in that first set, when these guys come back after the 400, they appear to be a little bit shaky sometimes on their first rep. It's important to note, when the athletes are coming out of the floor, there's a process to come out of the floor. You have to be corralled first. You're called over. You have to be in these different places at certain times. So the last time they touched 300 pounds to go overhead may have been 15 minutes ago or longer. So that first rep is definitely a little shaky.
Ricky Garrard is towards the front. Noah Olson, I believe, is right there too. Vellner and Krennikov and Medeiros also towards the front.
Now, I know Vellner got cut on a sprint back in 2019, and I think he got that label that he's not a good sprinter, and it's actually not the case. Vellner is really, really good on his feet when we're talking about speed overall.
Bottom of your screen is Austin Spencer, and he's hanging towards the front as well here. But Ricky Garrard is going to be the first man back to the barbell. Krenikoff and Vellner, and now Austin Spencer as well.
As Kotler said, the plan really is to get Ricky a good 100 points potentially here on the shuttle run. And whatever he can do overhead is not necessarily the priority for him.
Jonakoski on the right side on the barbell as well. Lazar Jukic, far right side of your screen, going through his lifts. Less than 15 seconds to go here. Garrard, Adler are your leaders right now, both through 3 reps. Jeff Adler is now through 4.
Top middle, Justin Medeiros, who's sitting in second place, has just an amazing overhead position, and that is a huge, huge advantage when you're talking about displaying strength under fatigue, that power position, but the technique that he has overhead with that flexibility is a massive advantage when it comes to this movement under fatigue.
You know, you talk about technique too. I was actually watching Pat Vellner when the bar was actually coming down. It bounced funny when he brought it down. He didn't bring it down at the perfect angle, so it was a little bit off. He had to spend some time shuffling and readjusting his bar. When you only have 30 seconds and every rep's going to count, that can be a big thing in this event.
We move into the second portion of shuttle to overhead. Now the 3-minute window to run 600 meters and get the max jerks. And it's Adler, Majeros, Garrard, and Medeiros, who are all tied with 6 shoulder to overhead. Krenikoff and Spencer Panchik have 5 along with Sam Quant. And then the rest of the field
10 seconds.
Right behind them by a rep or 2.
Tell you what, the 1-minute rest minute is the fastest minute of your life in CrossFit.
No doubt about it.
It's like doing those Tabata intervals of 20 seconds on, 10 seconds off, and by about 4 intervals, like this feels like 57 seconds off and no seconds.
The Uldis Upniks now is out front. You see Noah Olsen and Will Morat, along with Bjorn Karl Gudmundsson making the turn. O2 is the official recovery drink and hydration mix of the NOBULL CrossFit Games. Visit drinko2.com/CrossFit for $25 site-wide on O2 recovery drinks and hydration mixes. Uldis Upniks is really throttling this 600-meter run.
And that just looks very intentional as far as this is where he thinks he's going to try to get the most time on the field. I'm not even sure if you're thinking about push jerks and what may be the repercussions there, or even the 800 after this.
Right, yeah, it finished within maybe a second or 2 of the top guys in that 400, and I'm really going to put a gap on him in the 600. It really looks like what his strategy is here.
He told us he plans on getting faster and thinks he will get faster every round.
And he is holding on strong to that lead. Round number 2, the great equalizer so far for the shuttle to overhead event.
I mean, he has made up any time that he lost in that 400 meters by a lot.
And it almost forces the other athletes to make a decision, because you can't really predict what the next 800 is going to look like. So do you get out of your own game plan to maybe not lose that time? Because I don't know if I want to run that much faster on the 800 to close that gap.
Right, exactly.
Upnik's way out front, and it looked like it was Ricky Garrard in second and Pat Vellner in third on this 600-meter run. 3-minute window here, and Upnik's is just about done.
Looks like slowing up just a little bit.
Be interested to see how much time he takes between this through the finish line and getting his hands on the barbell.
Upnik's back to the barbell ahead of everybody else. Here come Medeiros, Garrard, Krenikoff, Vellner.
And yeah,
Jukic is there as well, and Nick Matthew.
As you said, I don't even think he's picked up the bar yet, where Garrard is the first one to get a rep, and Medeiros
with a no rep there, missing a lift.
Pat Vellner just missed a lift, so Medeiros and Vellner both miss their first attempt.
Adler and Garrard are both at 9.
Vellner just missed another rep.
Vellner looks like he may have gotten that one to his shoulders, and he's not going to hit it. He lost that one.
So Vellner failed 3 reps, and on the last one, it was even past the buzzer. And you know, Dan, you tested this, and a missed rep isn't just like, oh, you didn't get it. It's a full effort without the payoff.
Yeah, I mean, you have to account the entire time it took you to do that rep, and then the amount of time it takes you to reset and do your next rep after that. So just couldn't quite look like he got his elbows, couldn't quite get him locked out overhead.
And the big thing here is the recovery in between. You see Vellner walking around. That's what you want to see. I talked to Chris Henshaw of what athletes should be doing. Ricky, still not too bad. But the sitting still portion is something athletes actually should be trying to hedge against, because sitting still means there's no movement. And there's a lot of lactic acid getting pumped into the system. And the athletes, as what I was told, was just movement will help flush the system. That lactic acid dump after the 400 and the 600, and even the explosiveness of these jerks, is going to start creating what it's really everybody has felt at some point in time is muscle failure and muscle fatigue. That is directly attributed to that lactic acid moving in. So you want to see him moving around and trying to flush. And with 2 minutes, obviously a lot different than the 1, there is an opportunity to at least set yourself up a little bit better going into this 3rd and final round.
Absolutely. And then, you know, in CrossFit, when every second counts, everything that you can do to make that process easier on yourself is going to be better.
You know, that just that sitting in the bottom of the squat, you are under max tension
right,
while you have that huge leg pump from the sprints.
And looking across the field here, Uldis Upnik's at 3 minutes 37 seconds cumulative on the run. Looks to be your leader on that portion of the event. He's about 7 seconds ahead of Saxon Panchik's pace. As far as the lift is concerned, Jeff Adler is your leader at 12. Ricky Garrard and Justin Medeiros both tied at 11. Spencer Panchik and Guy Majeros both have 10 reps apiece. So final window here, 4 minutes for the 800-meter run, and then the max shoulder to overhead.
That second round for Garrard may be one of those things we look back on, depending on how he finishes out, as one of the more important, basically 3 minutes of the entire weekend.
We saw Pat Vellner fail a rep. He has 5.
And that's
right
not specifically for what his performance was, but what the other athletes were doing around him as well.
You know, he still finished the run at a fairly fast pace, and he went straight to the barbell and started his reps. It wasn't something that fatigued him so bad that he had to take a whole bunch of time and eat into clock to get some of those shoulder to overheads.
Will Morad at the top of your screen leads here on this 800-meter run. Uldis Upnik's Nick Matthew and Ricky Garrard are all close behind him. You can see Jeff Adler on the left side of your screen, who is one of the men leading the lift portion of this event.
It's like Morad might be leading Uldis by just a little bit, but their lead that they have in the very first part or half of this 800 is substantially less than they had in the previous 600. And we saw how hard Ricky closed in that 6, and now he has even more distance to set himself up in this 800-meter run.
And at this point in the run in the 800, the thing that you're just not enjoying is those turnarounds, especially when if you're used to running flat track running and that's what you've practiced on. It seems like a minor thing, but doing those efficiently can save you a lot of seconds.
Well, and saving seconds, that's actually the question I was going to lead to you next, Dan, is that saving seconds, not necessarily in speed, but at this point in time of the race, obviously you experience this in testing, but almost being nonchalant around the turns, reluctantly turning around the corner. And we talk about saving seconds. I'd rather be a little quicker on the turn to try to run a second faster on the lap.
Correct. It's an area that you can pick up some time with minimal effort in terms of how hard you might have to run on the straightaway to pick up that second.
One of those things you see, like burpee box jump overs is one of those, the pout turn is what I like to call it.
Dragging yourself off the floor for the next rep, yeah.
Uldis Upnik and Will Morad fighting for the lead here in this final 800-meter run. 90 seconds left in the 4-minute window. And Upnik's, last we checked, was ahead of Saxon Panchik's pace from heat number 1.
And it just looks like this is what Uldis is shooting for. He's shooting to try to get 100 points in the sprint. And a lot of that is knowing you're not going to be a top 10 finisher in the shoulder overhead. So when you look at the average of the two events, it's huge strategy play from Uldis Upenix.
And a lot of times as an athlete, you just have to play that. An event comes out and you're like, boy, I'm not prepared for this, or I know the field is going to take me, but they're not going to get me in this other one, so let me get my points there.
Here comes Jeff Adler, who is your leader in the shoulder to overhead. He has 12 total reps. He's one up on Gerard and Medeiros. He's trying to track down Saxon Panchik, who got through 17.
He's got one on Gerard so far in this portion. But Gerard is to his bar and moving the weight rather quickly.
Gerard on the left, Adler on the right. Gerard 3 reps back. Adler's through 15. Remember, the best total we saw is 17, and now Fellner missing another rep. He's stuck at 5.
And for Gerard, I mean, coming in, Justin Kotler said this is going to be damage control portion. He wanted to do well on the shuttle, and he might find himself in a top 10 to 15.
Has just passed Saxon Panchik, and he's going to beat him by 2. Ricky Gerard and Justin Medeiros look like they're going to tie at 16. Now the tie break goes to the person who had the fastest run time, and I believe that was Ricky.
Yeah, it was 100% Ricky, unless Justin went 15 seconds faster in the last run that I didn't see come in. But that is huge for Ricky Gerard. I mean, not just within this heat, the entirety of the event. You know, when you think of damage control, you're thinking like top 20, hopefully mid-pack.
I was just going to say that was not a damage control performance to me. When I think as an athlete, when I had a damage control event, that was not where I was sitting in the pack.
Mine was usually damage control just meant not last.
Right.
Now, Pat Fellner, if this is all unofficial, but he had, by our count, the unofficial count, 5 reps. That would put him near the bottom of the event.
I don't know if he got 1.
I did not see that coming from Pat. That was not something that I thought would trip him up.
Don't know where he is in the run, but right now in the lifting portion of this event, tied for 35th.
Wow.
But Ricky Gerard looking to hang on to the leader's jersey heading into day number 3 tomorrow. And like you said, it's supposed to be a damage control event, but he was towards the front, tied for 3rd. In the lifting portion, and stayed relatively close to Uldis Upenix, who looks to lock up 100 points and win the run portion of the event.
I mean, you might see Uldis did a great job doing that, and obviously Adler overhead as well. You know, and that's something Adler desperately needed. Obviously, his runs were decent. They weren't actually that bad. He might have a top 10, 15 for the run, and obviously a first place for that. He desperately needed it after Elizabeth last night.
Let's send it down to Mike Arsenault with Jeff Adler.
I guess. All right, Jeff, great performance here on event number 2 on the second day of competition. How aware were you of where everyone else was on the jerks, especially in that final round when you were able to get the 100 points?
I saw the second round, I was 1 rep ahead, and I was like, no, you're not beating me by 1 rep, so I just sent it on the jerks and trusted my arms.
So you took care of the lift portion and the run portion. It looked like your focus the entire time was to go for the 100 points on the run and sacrifice your numbers on the jerk. Why was that your strategy?
I was watching how good I will do on the jerks on the first round. I failed at all the reps, so I was like, damn, full send, win the running because I can't do it. And then I got a couple jerks in next and the last round, so I hope it will be enough.
This is the first time we've seen blocks in competition. Did that give you an extra shot of confidence to maybe push the threshold a little bit, knowing that you had that fail-safe?
I mean, that felt like not easy singles, but like singles. We're used to doing multiple reps, so the singles kept the heart rate a little bit lower.
Now, the secret for you in the Atlas Games in the semifinals was the jacuzzi. Is that on the table for this afternoon and this evening to get ready for tomorrow?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Man, a few words. Congratulations to both of you here in event number 2.
For those that don't speak Canadian, that's jacuzzi.
Run fast, lift heavy. Fun times were had by all, I think, here in the North Park. You can head to games.crossfit.com for all the official results and standings. Teams coming up next. Stay with us here at the 2022 NOBULL CrossFit Games.
It's the third event, but it's event 2 and 3 here at the 2022 NOBULL CrossFit Games for the teams at the Alliant Energy Center in Madison, Wisconsin. Thanks a lot, weather. We are here on Thursday, back at it with Torrance Training Labs' Jamie Hagia, Apex CrossFit's Tanya Wagner, Gold Coast CrossFit's Jeremy Austin. From CrossFit Firewall, my name is Joel Godet. Glad to have you along with us here on the second day of competition. Split the teams up into 2 heats here. We're going to test some strength.
It's time to go heavy. We're going to test max loads of 1 female athlete getting their best jerk, 1 female athlete getting their best front squat. One of the athletes is going to get a male athlete get their best jerk, and the other male athlete getting their front squat. They'll have 2 attempts within 30-second windows, and they'll have 2 minutes between their lifts for a rest time, and the score will be the total of each athlete's best successful lift.
Absolutely, and plenty of recipes. I don't think you could get anything better for team competition. Lift some heavy barbells. They've got to be very strategic though, and you must get one in the bank straight away. You don't want to be waiting for that second lift in order to get that successful lift. I think just ease the nerves a little bit as well. Probably a lot of pressure on these teams as well, and making sure they don't want to let your teammates down.
Those are the guys from Milford Conquer. Team to keep an eye on because Christine Middleton is one of their women. Holds the clean and jerk record at CrossFit competition from last year's semifinals, a 265 clean and jerk, down to Jamie Hagia.
Thanks, guys. This is the first time we're seeing jerk blocks at the CrossFit Games, and with multiple lifts these athletes will have to do, that'll allow them to lift their maximum load with the lowest risk of injury, not having to lower to their shoulders and their collarbones, but being able to drop them on the blocks.
Jamie, thank you. It's always interesting when you get those new implements in competition settings for the very first time. Let's take a look at the start list here for the teams in heat number 1. Greater Heights Ascend. They're going to be a team that will throw up some strong weights. So will OBA in lane 8. Mayhem Justice, all eyes on them being the third team from Cookeville here. And then we mentioned in lane 11, CrossFit Milford out of Milford, Connecticut.
And so far in this 2022 season, we've seen the semifinal and at the quarterfinal level, we've seen some lifts. We saw a snatch ladder, we've seen the clean and jerk ladder, and coming out of those 2, Milford was second in the semifinal event, the snatch ladder, and they were 7th over all these teams for the clean and jerk in the quarterfinal. So I really do expect them to put up some big numbers.
That's Emma Ferreira in front. Middleton was in the back there. She was the one with the 265-pound clean and jerk. Look as well at Greater Heights and Emily Tanner, whose daughter Delilah, by the way, first birthday yesterday.
And similarly, they both had 2 top 10 finishes in those snatch and clean and jerk events as well.
Now these teams are going to lift in 30-second windows here.
10 seconds. Make their 185 good for the ladies. Ladies up first, followed by the gentlemen.
3, 2, 1.
Sets to attempts per athlete. The next 4 platforms go. So 4 platforms every 30 seconds. We see some numbers on the barbell now. 215 for the West Chase squad, the heaviest attempt thus far.
So West Chase with a 215 jerk.
10 seconds.
Athletes do have to load and unload their own bars appropriately here.
Joel, as Jamie said, those jerk blocks, they are sitting very low. Athletes having to get right underneath the position. And Emma there, that barbell sitting just above her waistline, so that is a long way to go down. It's almost a third, almost a half squat to pick that bar up to then get it overhead. So possibly a little bit of leg fatigue coming in early, even though you're doing a barbell from shoulder to overhead. Push press, push jerk, split jerk, or a strict press if you want to.
Now here's Ashley Wozni from OBA. The women from Philadelphia are going to lift big weight, Wozni and Kelsey Kuehl.
Big numbers. That's her first lift at 245.
10 seconds.
And I really like this style of event for a lift. having 30 seconds, but you only get one attempt. A lot of times we see if there's a missed lift, you get a second attempt. I love the pressure factor that it really allows you to see what these athletes can do semi-cold.
The pressure as well, you mentioned, getting that lift completed before the 30-second window. So you've got to make sure your timing's spot on. I'd be thinking they'd be using that 20-second time window at the start and giving themselves 10 seconds for the jerk, which should be plenty of time to get it from shoulder to overhead.
3, 2, 1.
Into our next 30-second window. Now you have teams with rest periods to reset their barbell, obviously. As the windows roll, we roll down the lanes as different teams have the opportunity to lift. And you only have one attempt, and I think we just saw our first failure there from Toluca and Gina Ramazzotti on the right. So she cannot use the remaining time to go back and try again. She just has to wait for the second window and hit something she knows she can get.
Not a guarantee. We didn't see that full lift, so whether she was bringing it back down or not, but that's where having two lifts, I think, is a really important and really skillful element to this lift. You don't have the luxury of time or multiple reps to make up any errors.
She was just really unsure whether or not to go push jerk or split jerk. The feet were just too narrow, and she just couldn't get that bar up overhead to that point of stability enough just to get that successful lift.
265 here for Emily Tanner again. A year and a day from giving birth, a 1-year-old daughter cleared the snatch ladder, hit the 11th platform at semifinals, a 265 jerk that equals what she put up at semifinals last year.
That was strong. That was beautiful. And she's definitely within her limits. 255 was what she had before that.
That was Middleton, excuse me, on the clean and jerk.
I'm sorry.
But that's the number. Now it's not a clean and jerk, it's just the jerk, but that's the number you're looking at overhead.
Beautiful.
Loading barbells, a little bit of an issue as well, because it's a little bit lower than you're used to.
Ashley Wozni, how about what she just did and the hug from Kelsey Keel? That's going to put them in second place. They call themselves the meat squad. It's all about confidence. You go out there, you hang meat, you have confidence, you walk around with your chest proud. Ashley Wozni just did that. Good at 261. This is all jerks across the board. The next lifting window will be front squats. Once we complete the jerk portion of things, and there you go. This is where the strategy comes into the picture, right? Who is going to jerk, who is going to squat, or who's going to shoulder overhead, who's going to squat?
Been pretty easy there. They know their numbers. You know where you're at to say which one should just execute. Really comes down to the execution of it.
If it was me out there, I'd be definitely doing the jerk. I wouldn't be going anywhere near a squat. Tanya, what's your favorite one in relation to jerk or squat?
I would jerk myself, yes. But that's where you know, these athletes know what they, know their areas. And you have an opportunity there where they don't all have to do the same lift, which is kind of nice. You can utilize your strengths if you are stronger in one of those areas.
Ingrid Twandel there for CrossFit Trondheim, one of the 4 teams from Norway here competing.
Front squat, one of those great 9 elements that we do start out with, our foundations of CrossFit. Starting off with the air squat. Front squat is our second progression from that. Getting that weight in a position on your frontal plane, enabling to hold the same points of performance that we like to see in just a basic air squat, but we are loading up with a heavy barbell and try and maintain a really good, strong position with those elbows almost pointing down the lens of the camera.
Here's Kelsey Keel now. It's going to be those bobsledding legs going for a 300-pound front squat. And that's a hang meat kind of lift for the team from Open Box Athletics.
Strong core, was able to keep her chest up. That was a great squat. And only her first lift.
It was Kelsey Keel that facilitated OBA having a team this year. Joey Tortora, their captain, was thinking about the season. Kelsey Keel moved back from bobsledding back to her hometown in Philadelphia, and he said, hey, let's get a team together. What are your plans? Here they are at the games. 245 on the front squat. That's good for Deirdre Franzen out of Kilo 2.
Still one more attempt to go. 10 seconds.
Excuse me, I stand corrected. That's Christian Mathis from CrossFit Rhapsody.
3, 2, 1.
2 events back to back here, and probably not enough fatigue in the jerk or the squat to cause any dramas for the third event coming up in just a little bit. Probably something just to spark that nervous system.
Ooh, good fight, but
that was a great fight.
Just not there for Florencia Grosso.
10 seconds.
The strength of the Toluca team from Copa Sur in Latin America.
The great thing was that she kept her elbow position up really high and held that high body torso position even though she was failing, and ended up just having to drop those elbows and let that barbell progress as it does very fast to the floor.
I honestly thought she was going to get back up.
Yeah, she
and
did.
usually when you start coming down, it's over.
Yeah, but she kept it in her legs, like Jeremy said, kept her chest nice and tall.
Looked like a good lift from West Chase.
It did, maybe even a frustrating that she could have gone heavier, and that's the risk you have with only 2 lifts. You know, are you going to go for it?
2, 1.
Now here is Christine Middleton from CrossFit Milford. It's almost interesting she goes with the front squat, not with the jerk. We talked about holding the CrossFit record for in-competition clean and jerk. But when you can front squat 315 with room for more, yeah, sure.
At 275. North at 235.
10 seconds.
Solid lift in lane 12 for Oslo at 205.
And we'll rotate through here. 10 minutes for the women to lift, and then we'll switch to the guys. Kelsey Keel's going to up it 20 pounds on her second effort. Hit 300 the first time, and she'll drop out of 320.
She got about halfway up, but she still had a great first lift. It was a risk. She went for it. They're still in the lead now out of the women, so I don't believe anyone here.
Last lifting group.
260, 265.
Christian Mathis with some good fight for Rhapsody. And a yell. Team from South Carolina back for their second consecutive trip to the games. But it looks like those will be the top 3 there with OBA, Greater Heights, and Milford. No surprises.
So their ladies did what we expected them to do. We'll see if their men can match and what they can do here as well. They'll quickly swap in. Now the good news is the weights are going to continue to go up. So they're already loaded, and these are 45-pound men's bars, the Ohio bars from Rogue. So they were already loaded and ready to go. They were not using the Bella bars, even though typically we see that with the ladies.
Those Rogue Ohio bars, commonly referred to as the men's bar in your affiliate. Bella bar would be the one, the 35-pounder.
And just to note, in the far right of your screen there were platforms. The men did have a chance to be there on those platforms, so they aren't as cold. They haven't been standing here the entire time without being able to touch weight.
How many attempts do you take just to get yourself loose in that 10 minutes?
It's really the biggest thing is just keeping your body moving, so you're not just standing and then going into this jerk or your squat. So keeping yourself moving with its lighter weight. They don't have the blocks or a rack to be able to get too high, but just there if they need it.
Well, temperature's pretty high as well today. They're not going to be standing around getting cold, but you want to keep moving. Guys in the back doing the jerk, having to do some overhead work, while your other male partner doing some squatting work.
5 minutes of everyone hitting their jerks here. We'll then rotate through to the front squats.
3, 2, 1.
21:50 left of screen. Now you've got a full 30-second window, and you've only got 1 shot, so take your time, and we're good on the left. Joey Tortora from Open Box Athletics was on the right. That was Victor Munter, who hit for 2150. Good at 295.
Michael Makaide, one of the Oceania representatives from New Zealand, now over in Abu Dhabi. And he was a big favourite down at the regional/sanctional competition, but gets his first opportunity now as part of CrossFit Yas at the Games.
It's a Yaz team that is multinational, coaching at Vogue Fitness and CrossFit Yaz over there. That's a good lift for Toluco. Juan Martin Grosso and Federico Guggenheim. 340 pounds on the jerk. 365 back right.
And that was a strong, real
That was
strong
solid.
lift.
Believe that's CrossFit Trondheim. And yes, good up front. And 350 in the back as well. So a really nice rotation. And 385 in the back, asking for noise. This is Milford Conquer. Oh, yeah! Devin O'Neill, Tony Facchini cleaning up and putting Milford in first place. He could have gone, like, I don't want to stretch it, but like, you go for 4 if you get the juices pumping.
Man, that first lift, well, here's the other thing. When you only get 2 lifts, you're not fatigued.
Right.
You're not using up so much energy there. Whew.
There's
Real
Joey
solid
Tortora now. Just don't catch your beard in there. He does balm it 3 times a week, true story. Hang it in there! He just can't finish.
That right arm just not locking out enough. He got his head through really well to position the bar, but that right arm just buckled underneath. His left was good, but just couldn't stabilize overhead. Uh-oh, here we go.
390 pounds.
Yes, put it up 315.
This is still Milford.
330. 10 seconds. All the way back to you, Dylan. Onto the front squats here on the right.
Onto the front squats here for Milford Conquer. This will be Tony Facchini, who just followed Devin O'Neill. I got excited for a second, but still.
A lot of ladies in the background are getting their bodies moving. They're from standing around. They're probably feeling some of that build up from their heavy lifts.
Well, keep in mind, as soon as this 5-minute stretch is over, there'll be a brief respite and then a reset immediately into event 3, which is going to involve, in some form or fashion, everyone running 2 miles.
And you couldn't get probably a polar opposite to this event compared to that one. This one called strong, the next one called fast. And it's got to have a good balance of both if you are going to succeed here at the CrossFit Games.
CrossFit Trondheim. Nice, smooth, easy on that front squat at 345 pounds for Lars Rudy.
10 seconds.
Again, mobility, another factor we need to come into play. Not just getting a barbell overhead, but getting that front rack position for your front squat. Oh no, I suffer badly from it. But getting those elbows as high as you can and resting that barbell on those front shoulder muscles, the deltoid, that is a beautiful position, and that is an easy lift.
Strength and flexibility, though, Jeremy, that is what we talk about, and that's why flexibility is so important, so you can work through that full range of motion through all of your joints and be able to capitalize on your strength there.
Tony Facchini out of Milford Conquer, a team that finished 2nd at these games back in 2015. Not the same individuals. First time at the games, though, as an affiliate since 2017. Nicholas Hecht, 350 on the front squat from Open Box Athletics in Philadelphia. What didn't happen there?
He's a strong athlete. He has confidence in his squat. He went a little heavy here. His elbows just fell forward a bit, and his hips rose before he was able to stand straight.
He seemed to collapse a little bit in his core as well. So breathing, an important aspect of this as well. You don't want to be breathing out at the bottom of the squat, especially when you're loaded up as much as you are with this.
Rhapsody CrossFit, 4:05 for the team from South Carolina. And that stands up supremely easy. Jordan London, maybe one of the biggest beasts we have in this team competition, and he backs it up.
I was going to say, with that range of movement as well, he's got a long way to go down to get that hip crease below the level of his knee and then get it all the way back up to full extension for that rep to count. What's he going to go for his second one?
We've got a 400-pound attempt from Training Think Tank. And Chris Konjeski bails it out in front. New addition to the Training Think Tank team this year. He took Kyle Ruth's place. He's a coach with Triple T, went Masters this season. Milford right now is still in first place overall. Training Think Tank's actually in third. Greater Heights Ascend is the only team in the top 3 that has maintained that position from after the women's lifts. 420 pounds on the bar from 80-20. Nothing. Now you gotta clean it back up.
It is all or nothing with this lift. With 2 attempts, you've got to go for it if you get that one in the bank.
I think that's an interesting piece to all this too, right? You have the safe weight, that was your key to success. But then how big a jump do you take? What kind of risk do you take with only 2 attempts?
Well, I mean, knowing you have another heat of athletes, you got to be smart when it comes to these lifts. You bank every pound you can. You go 10 pounds up. I mean, you have to gauge it on how you feel with these lifts. But you don't make a big jump, in my opinion.
Absolutely not. Just little steps as you go along. And the teams that have already finished, a little bit more recovery time before they do attack event number 3.
21:50 here. And bailing out. That was Frederick Studa. 30 seconds remain here onto our last 4 set of teams. You're looking at the top 3 right now. None of them are lifting in this final quadrant. One more shot for Rhapsody at 4:25. Jordan buckling and bails out. CrossFit Milford, they conquer here in event 2. 13:25 for the total poundage.
Big numbers. Man, they are strong. No surprise, not surprised there. They put up the big numbers when it comes to any lifting events.
And I tell you what, OBA needed that too. A top 3 finish. Kelsey Keel was devastated. Said as much on Instagram yesterday after their poor performance in event 4. To come back and do this today, it gets you back in the game.
And now they need to switch gears because it's off to that run.
That was event 2. 1 scored event, 100 points. It is going to roll right back into, though, event 3. Completely different event. And that's one of the tricks and quirks of the CrossFit Games, right? You don't get this a ton at the semifinals, certainly not at the quarterfinal level, where you're going to get a back-to-back event. How well can you recover from one to the next?
Yeah, these athletes are going to go for the 1 mile run and then figure it all out who they're going to send for another mile run after that.
Look at the drop-off. Like, look at the table setting that Milford just did there. 325, I'm bad at math, 75, 70 pounds more than Greater Heights in second place. That's incredible. OBA just off pace.
And those will be the top numbers going into the second heat, where we have some of the other big dogs that we know are going to put up numbers similar to that. But the ladies who came out the strongest, the fiercest, was OBA, Ashley Wozni, there with her 260-pound jerk. Got things set up. Kelsey Keel backed that up with her 300-pound front squat. They both looked like they were having some fun out there. Fantastic form, set their men up well.
Milford just doing exceptionally well on their positioning. Head straight through, locked out overhead. There was no way that one was coming down.
Good fight from Purple Red there. The second of the two Oslo teams that have made it here to the CrossFit Games. And now on to the run. You'll see the rope. Everyone tethered together over the course of this run. You have to be staggered, athlete on each side of the rope over the course of it. This is a 1 mile run, all four. Then you'll drop 2 athletes, do another mile, then the other 2 athletes with the 3rd mile. The strategy, Jeremy, correct and being key.
Absolutely. Running with a rope, not easy thing to do. The rope's got a little bit of length on it, but now you've got to work out who you put where. Who's got more gas in the tank? Has the front squat taken it out of you too much? The jerk probably not as much because the arms are down beside their bodies. But there could be actually a strategy change mid-event. You come back, one person might go, hey, I've got enough in the tank, I'm going to keep going. So they can actually pick their pairs once they do come back after the 1 mile run. Important to get out in front as well because you don't want to be caught in the peloton, the backlog that's happening in the middle of the pack right now.
OBA CrossFit is actually making their way, trying to around the back. And then here again is the description. It will be that all 4 athletes will run with this 10-foot rope. And then when they pick the 2 athletes that are gonna run the next mile, it can be male-male, female-female, male-female pairs. Typically in any history of the games, when we see a team run event, it's already dictated, a male-female pair or they run all together. So the fact that they can strategize this in any capacity, it really comes down to each individual athlete's abilities and what will make the best sense for the clock.
I say it's only a mile run, but it is only a mile run at this point. So how do you push the tempo? How do you push the pace? Certainly these teams have trained by running some longer distances than just this. What does it look like? And certainly in competition, is it maybe a little bit faster than what you're used to?
Team captain has got to be out, or the fastest run has got to be out in front to drag that team along, but making sure that you do keep a well enough pace that other team members can stay up in control of what's happening with that 4-person team.
O2 is the official recovery drink and hydration mix of the NOBULL CrossFit Games. You can visit drinko2.com/CrossFit. You'll receive $25 site-wide on O2 recovery drinks and hydration mixes.
Athletes knowing exactly where they need to go on this track, and big gaps starting to appear, but this is the same track they cycled yesterday. What sort of pace is it going to be? We're going to see sort of like a double time on what they did on the cycle leg yesterday for their 1 mile loop.
Look at the gap that's opening up right now for CrossFit West Chase out front. This is West Chase Red. They came into the day in 33rd place overall out of Oldsmar, Florida. They competed at the Games last season and actually missed originally out of the semifinals. They were a backfill here at the CrossFit Games and had a pretty good reckoning with themselves. Maybe went into it, the semifinal season, thinking, not that they were resting on their laurels, but hey, we've been to the Games before, we're training, we know we're going to get back there. And it was a shock to the system when they didn't initially qualify. They're taking advantage of every opportunity they can get now that they're back here.
Opportunity for the team members who are feeling a little bit fatigued from this first run. They pushed the first one pretty hard. They're going to have the roughly 5-minute time cap to get back and get enough recovery to go for that last lap. So this is a really good lead they've got at the moment.
And if I'm your coach, here's what we're going to do. Everybody runs. Yes, you're fatiguing, they're slower, or you're not as strong runners here, but then they do get that rest. So while they're recovering, your fastest runner should be able to continue pushing that pace a little bit harder on their second run. And then when you come back, hopefully there's enough recovery there for your slower or not as proficient runners to get as much out of their run as they can.
It's interesting. Aaron Hanna was actually the last runner of the pack there for West Chase. He is the veteran of the team. Kim DeCray, who's running alongside him in the blacktop, said that she looks to him as her Rich Froning. He's been to the Games as an individual before, but he is the one. You know, they have those memes of wolves have the leader in the back of the pack. He takes up the back of the pack here on the run.
The protector, he's standing there waiting, and probably a good strategy from them, so he knows he's got more in the tank, but he's just going along what the pace that the front runners are setting.
Strong leader is really important, and sometimes when you're there behind them, you know you get that support. It's more of a psychological thing, knowing that you have someone right there behind you and you're not holding everybody up. It's fine. They're kind of also setting that pace.
CrossFit overtake right behind, pardon the pun, trying to overtake West Chase right here. 1-2 out on this run, the first of 3 miles. The only mile that these teams will run together as a foursome. And look at the push right there. That's why you necessarily put somebody behind who's your faster runner, not necessarily out front.
You have that incline there, so a little bit of support from the back.
Two-person prowler push. Good way to shove them along. Let's go. Let's go, team.
That was Casey.
We got stuff to do.
That was Casey Strong in the back trying to just, hey, no, you're not slowing down. Not here. Not at the games.
I did that with my fiance at the shopping center. Let's go. Time to go.
A couple things to note here. The athletes had to pick what footwear they were going to use for both events. So both event 2 and 3, they had to choose what you're going to wear. So lifting shoes or runners, most of them went with the running shoes in this event, but that was just something else for them to think through. And the other thing is, I love the style of this event being that we have the strong and the fast, the juxtaposition between the two. Jeremy, you had mentioned it during the strength lift, or during the lifting part, but this is the epitome of CrossFit, and it reminded me as soon as I heard this is like what is fitness. If you ever went to your level 1, when I went to my first level 1, the what is fitness lecture, it's like, what is fitness? Is it just being able to run fast? Is it just being able to have a sexy big lift? And it's like, well, in CrossFit, Greg Glassman defined it as we want all of that. We want the 500-pound deadlift and a sub 5-minute mile. And so getting the teams to test this part and saying, well, who is the best CrossFitter in terms of their strength and speed? We're seeing that.
The idea is that the lifter has to be able to outlift the runner, and the runner has to be able to outrun the lifter, and how those two things mesh well together.
Because typically you have one, in anytime you are good in one area, you're usually giving up something in another area, so usually you're not seeing them being able to do all. But in CrossFit, that is what we're looking for. All right.
Now we see the strategy with who will drop off. These don't have to be male-female pairs, male-male pairs. It is completely up to the teams.
Interesting that West Chase have dropped the 2 strongest runners off for the last anchor leg to bring it home as strong as they can. That's an interesting strategy. I thought it was going to go the other way.
No, but Jeremy, we talked about this before this event, and we said we wonder if there'd be teams that would do that, because if those strongest athletes get the little recovery and they can make up that much more ground, then, you know, and a lot of times your middle-of-the-road runners, they can handle 2 miles at a slower pace and keep that pacing.
And now we're starting to see some moves. Oslo Purple-Red just bounced to the outside and is now surged in front.
We'll see if the strategy pays off when the West Chase gets their men back out on the course.
More rope to work with as well, so they can space themselves out a little bit more. A couple of the teams working side by side, a couple working in Indian file. But the easiest part of the track, the path down in the first leg before they get into the grass and the gravel, and with all that rain that's gone from yesterday, ground probably a little bit dry and probably looser underfoot.
Now, no surprise that Oslo Purple-Red is able to make a move out front here. Hakon Leknes is one of their 2 athletes. He is a triathlete. He is a guy that can go and run for days. You can see him with the tan shirt on, second team there, going with the Jake the Snake Roberts method of putting the rope around his neck.
Whatever's going to work best for your arm movement, propelling yourself forward, and running distances of 1 mile, 1,600 meters. It's a great test of fitness.
Michaela Norman starting to set the pace here for Nordic in the gray pants. She is moving. A sub on this team originally took Anna Vigadal's spot after she was ill. If you can go out and get somebody, go find yourself Michaela Norman, multiple-time regional athlete, now on a games team.
And really, like we said, like you had said, Jeremy, though, as much as you can maintain your running position and posture and your form and relax shoulders, that's really what you want to do.
I look at Norman just pulling her teammate along.
And that could be a strategy as well. If you have someone that can just pull another, you're only as fast as your slowest runner. So if you can have someone that can pull them along and help to keep them at a better pace, then that's what you need to do.
It's Alexandra Lebro who's right behind her for Nordic. Oslo Purple-Red still right behind them. Now you're in the pack. What can you do here?
Here was that start of that second mile, and this is where Oslo Blue is passing the ladies of West Chase. So that could be a key moment for Oslo Blue. Oslo in the past Sorry, on your screen it says Oslo Purple Red. It was Oslo Purple Blue. They are, or I'm sorry, it is Oslo Purple Red.
Too many colors, really.
All the colors.
I was trying to figure out what Håkon Leknes was doing because he put 2 fingers up. I was like, is he counting laps? No, we saw the Nordic flag off to the side. I think he was giving a peace sign to the local fans.
Not just this heat, though. We got a whole heat of heavy hitters stacked up, packed up, and ready to take the field for heat number 2. So all these teams out here looking.
We are 10 minutes in here to this 3-mile run. Everybody runs 2 of those miles. You either run them consecutively or you get a break in between.
I'm interested to see what the pace difference is between this second and third lap and these athletes that have been waiting for about 4 to 5 minutes for their team members to come in. 10 minutes gone, so roughly a little bit slower than 5-minute pace. You'd expect that with athletes running with an implement and having to pace off each other. And athletes probably haven't had a chance to test this distance either with their pairs.
It's one of those uncomfortable distances, 1 mile. I mean, it's way different than if you have this long, more of a longer run that you can kind of settle in and feel that. We see a lot of sprints on the field, but this middle of the pack kind of distance run, this is a really uncomfortable distance to do.
The 400 meters is an uncomfortable sprint, and this is probably in a very uncomfortable middle distance run.
Shout out to the women out there, though, because this is a pack of 5 guys, and Michaela Norman is just smoking them for the vast majority of this run. She has been the pace setter of this lead pack. Although Nordic has fallen off a little bit here as Oslo Purple Red has jumped out a little bit in front of them. Håkon Leknes literally pushing Henrik Negard a couple of times here. I think he does have his hand out. Yeah, he's got his hand out on Negard's waistband again.
Maybe just a little bit of a guiding hand just to let him know, hey, we just got to pick up the pace a bit without actually saying anything, even though talking through an event like this, making sure you're breathing the right pace and try and relax. As you mentioned, Tanya, those shoulders really important. The tighter you are, the harder it is, but your body just wants to tense up at every opportunity. And the push goes again. Righto, we've got to pick this up. We've got to put more space in between us to give our last pair every opportunity.
Now listen, you got to know thyself. This is a lightweight team. They know they're not going to win a ton of lifting events. They have to come win the conditioning events, the gymnastics events. They have to hit this one hard, and they are. These are incredible pacings. Teams coming back into North Park here just over 12 minutes. And we're now on to mile number 3. About a 6:15 mile for these lead packs right now. If you split the difference between the first 2 rounds, and the ladies will take off now for Purple Red, Ragnhild Sam and Marianne Johnson.
Looking fresh too, as you would after 6 minutes. That's pretty much a full recovery. So time to stretch, time to get some fluids in as well, and time to just, relax the body and then get out there and keep that lead.
Relax the body, yes, but Tanya, the nerves have to be crazy, although they are showing the broadcast in North Park so you can watch, but if you're not the lead of the pack, you have no idea where your teammates are.
No, and that's just it. You're just waiting there. You're standing there. It feels like forever waiting for your turn or your time to get back out there. But for these ladies and any of the Oslo teams, they are fantastic runners, conditioning. They just have a tremendous capacity, and last year we know Oslo Blue did a really great job with all of their running events. So when you train together with the best, it's going to help to push you along, and these ladies look nice and confident. They look super relaxed right now, really composed.
Marianne Johnson's on the right, Ragnhild Same is on the left. Has trained and competed previously with the Oslo Navy Blue team, their quote-unquote top team here in podium contention after day 1.
We did see in the bicycle leg yesterday with the teams and the individuals as well, the last leg, once they hit the top of the hill, even though not really a hill, but the incline up, once they hit the descent, they really hammered down. Ricky Garrard did a great job yesterday to catch Jona Koski on that last lap of the bike and made up a lot of time, and I think this is where teams are going to really make their move. Time's important here, but also the following heat coming up.
Well, the other thing that's hard is when you're leading the pack, you don't know who's behind you, and you don't know if the stronger athletes or stronger runners are going to start picking people off, like I believe we're starting to see here with some of these other men making their way through the pack.
That was West Chase, actually, that was navigating. So remember, West Chase was the lead after the first round, fell off a little bit in mile 2, now hit the gas right now. You've got Aaron Hanna back out there doing work with Dylan Bailey. Oslo Purple Red still setting the tempo here. This could be their best finish so far today. They were 14th in event number 2. That was the lift just inside the North Park. That is their best finish so far. Yesterday they had a 20th and a 35th. Keeping in mind we still do have another heat to go after this.
You did mention it is hard to gauge where you are if you are out in front. When you're in that second position, it's almost easy to pace off any athlete in front of you, just so you know how much distance you've got to cover and how fast and how hard you need to push yourself. But this lead, I don't think they're going to be able to catch them.
Yeah, that's a massive lead. What are we eyeballing here? 300 meters? Maybe 200 meters?
Maybe 200 at this stage. But that second pack is really closing, so I think we're going to see a very tight finish for second, third place. Or maybe even not, maybe 100.
Yeah, it's definitely not 3. Bit off more than I could chew on that one. Again, 14th in the lift. West Chase is trying to make a move, and here they come. Look at Hanna and Bailey. They are going to have a phenomenal day 2. 4th place in the heat for event number 2 just now. Now they're in event number 3 and making a move trying to pick up a heat win.
Descent starts right now, and the boys, the top of the hill, can they close that gap? This is going to be, I think, a very good race towards the end. I don't think the girls from Purple Red have any idea how close they are, because normally you get that feeling of the sound of the feet on the gravel or the breathing or some sort of indication that someone's closing in on you. But it's probably too much of a gap at this stage.
Yeah, that is a massive gap. You're going to need a Super Mario speed booster at some point. Not to say it's not in there, but Oslo Purple Red, Sam and Johnson have just taken a lead and opened it more here in mile 3. But I tell you what, every time we look, West Chase just keeps getting closer and closer. The question is, are they going to run out of time?
Heat 2 coming up in probably about 40 minutes from now. These guys have to set the pace and set it for a top 3 position.
We've got about a minute of running left. Remember, each team was running about a 6:15 mile through the first 2 laps. And I tell you what, that gap is getting much closer.
And if you say that, sort of that 18-minute, 30-second time frame we're looking at for them to finish, that's coming up in 30 seconds time, so there's not much time for these guys to maybe catch them. Look back, has just started. They just heard them.
Look at Marion Johnson take off. And running on the gravel, you can certainly hear the footsteps coming up behind you. Aaron Hanna is pulling Bailey behind him.
You just want to use that hill. Just take that hill.
It's Oslo Purple Red trying to back up a 14th place finish in Heat 1 of Event 2 with a first place finish here in Heat 1 of Event 3.
These ladies, their composure in that run, just look at them. The men are fighting with everything they have. They don't look the most graceful and not using the same running technique these ladies are. But they are pushing.
Gotta be close here.
Gap keeps closing here into North Park. West Chase coming up from behind. Does Purple Red have enough?
All 4 athletes have to cross that line.
That red line and then sprint downfield.
We thought the line was that red line at the start, but they might have to finish.
Well, the red line is the finish, but Oslo Purple Red just making sure.
They're just making sure.
West Chase got across the red line and stopped, but Purple Red said, no, 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 all the way through. And honestly, I give him credit. Leave no doubt.
Come on back. You're already done. You already won.
It's a 1,650-meter run. It's all good.
Hope nobody pulled a hammy on that one. No, that was, and you know what? And that's where running into this, we saw this yesterday with the individual event. When you come into the stadium, you have lanes, and so it's not over. They are costly, precious seconds, depending what lane you're in. A bunch of teams here finishing.
And this is where you sit there and go, maybe I could have run a little bit harder. Put a little bit more effort in. Oh, there we go. Giving the girls a little bit of respite on the way back. They've worked hard in that back leg.
So Purple Red unofficially is in first in 19:04. West Chase 3 seconds behind. And then Trondheim in third. Nordic fell off pace of that early pack in fourth. 18:55 fifth. Milford, who was phenomenal in the lift, sixth. Kilo 2 seventh, training Think Tank 8th. Greater Heights Ascend 9th. And we're still waiting for a 10th team to come across the finish line. OBA, Sarpsborg, Zarutz, Rhapsody, Yaz, Mayhem Justice, 80-20 still out there. It's now OBA, Mayhem Justice in 10th and 11th. In 20, 41, and 42.
Milford, a great balance across both strength and the sprint, if you can call a 1,600-meter a sprint, but great balance across their entire team to make sure they're going to progress up that leaderboard. Now we're going to see them in a high heat over the next 3 days.
You bring your own bodywork specialists. Good work for Oslo Purple Red. Maybe they'll let Marianne Johnson pick the team name next time. Hey, you dragged us across the finish in the run. CrossFit Oslo, one of the biggest CrossFit affiliates in the world. And true affiliate teams, which I think is really cool as well. In this day and age of super teams, these are just athletes. And even the Navy Blue squad, who was in podium contention, podium last year, they're just people that work out at CrossFit Oslo.
They work at Oslo, and they have a deep squad there that are so talented. And Kristen Holta trains out of there as well, and it gives them a lot of support, and has been someone that they've all looked up to. So having someone like her to look up to and to work and train with definitely helps you.
You've got to keep in mind, though, the athletes were supposed to do this yesterday.
Yeah.
They were supposed to have 4 events yesterday. It got broken up. It's normally a rest day for individuals and teams on the Thursday. So they've had a little bit of time to recover. So probably a good thing for some of these teams to have that extra recovery added into their schedule. But do results change if they do bash the 4 events out in one day?
Well, you take that for a first day one for the teams when you look at that with biking event. You have bike, run, and you have lift, and you're lifting heavy, and then gymnastics at the end. It doesn't get more CrossFit than that.
No, it doesn't.
That is literally what we do, and all in day one. That would have been a really hefty day one. That's great programming, great test for the first day.
It's like a good, well-rounded, instead of one day, we've gone out to 2 days, but it's absolutely ideal.
And just ahead of the time cap. Toluca comes in 15th.
Every one of them getting across that finish line underneath the cap, and that is something to celebrate indeed.
23 on the nose as we run it back.
Now West Chase, is anyone else going to get out in front of the pack? West Chase doing well. Purple Red making a move. And once the girls got out in front, it got tight a little bit later on, but that lead was plenty enough. And they ran a little bit further than they needed to, but I think their strategy absolutely, but it's still...
The judges' utter confusion is the best part. You can stop. Down to Jamie.
With 3 miles of running, and you guys did extra credit running past the finish line, what was your strategy in picking your pairing for this event?
The guys are the best at running, so we decided that we go the double round.
And yeah, we knew the girls are very good mentally, so the last round for them was perfect.
The women finished this event strong with a coach like Kristen Holta. I'm sure you guys do a lot of running. How did you feel in that final stretch?
It was hard, but it was nice to push with Ragnhild, and we managed to just keep our pace up and then speed up in the end.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Coming right back, it is Heat 2. Go back to the lift next in Madison. '22 NOBULL CrossFit Games, the Alliant Energy Center in Madison, Wisconsin, is the host site. Day 2 of competition for the teams. Events 2 and 3, fast and strong. Alongside Jeremy Austin, the 2009 CrossFit Games champion Tanya Wagner, Jamie Hagia is our reporter down on the floor. My name's Joel Godet. Gonna start by lifting some heavy weight, then we're gonna run some middle distances.
Strong and fast. First, we're going to lift. The ladies are going to go. One of your ladies is going to jerk. The other is going to front squat. Then the men will have a turn at the exact same thing. They're going to lift within 30-second windows and then have a 2-minute recovery where they can add the weight, make some changes, go through that. And then event 3 will be all about the running. We'll have a 1-mile run with the full team, and then another mile run with any 2 athletes, and then the remaining 2 will do the final 3rd mile.
Banking a weight. Always important, an event like this where you've only got 2 lifts and you're under a very tight time constraint, making sure you get one in for your team. You don't want to come up with donuts. It gets very frowned upon. But making sure you get one in the bank and then push the boundaries. Where are you going to go with it? Are you going to go safe and just add a few more pounds? Or are you going to test it, try and progress your team up that competition ladder?
These are the top teams coming into the day after yesterday's first 2 events. CrossFit Mayhem Freedom is your overall leader in lane 1 here lifting. Oslo Navy Blue won the first event and snapped Mayhem Freedom's 1,800-day leader streak. Down to Jamie Hagia.
This is the first time jerk blocks are being used at the CrossFit Games, and as you'll see, it is a fixed height for the teams at 34 inches. For someone like me that's 5'3", this is perfect, but for some of the taller athletes, you're going to have to see them squat underneath, almost a quarter squat before they do their jerk and their front squat.
Jamie, thank you. How does that change things, guys?
Well, it's going to have to go nice and deep to pick up that jerk to start with. Maybe the front squat not so bad because you've got to get down under that weight anyway.
And all eyes on CrossFit Reykjavik here, needing to do a lot of movement because of where they struggled yesterday on the gymnastics event 4.
They took a 30th place in last night's event, so really looking for a redemption today, and there's no reason they can't do it with these 2 events. Lauren Fisher's shoulder has been the talk of the team, and in this event, I expect to see her do her squat. She's lined up 2nd, so she will. Should have no problems then. The shoulder shouldn't be a factor for any of the running either. They put up big numbers whenever we see them lift, so I do expect them to be among the top, if not at the top, with
10 seconds.
Some of the others: CrossFit Freedom, Mayhem Independence.
Stand by.
Number to beat, 1,325 total pounds, combining the 4 lifts. Best lift for each of your athletes. 245, nice and easy in the air for Annie Thorisdottir in the back row.
10 seconds.
We're going to lift in quads of athletes here, 4 teams at a time, everyone jerking. AB CrossFit in the foreground here, going for 225 pounds.
All the way to the Urban Energy, the Australian team stepping up to 325 on the barbell, front platform.
And that's nice and easy for AB's Laura Sanchez.
10 seconds.
These are 30-second lifting windows that rotate and roll through. What it amounts to is that you get 2 minutes of rest after you lift.
It's really important that they make this first lift, like Jeremy said. They cannot reattempt another lift within the window. So they have to know their lifts, what they can come out under nerves, the pressure.
235 there for Winter Rodriguez, good for move fast, lift heavy. That immediately puts her into second place. Annie Thorisdottir still has Reykjavik in first at 245. All but 3 teams have eclipsed 200 pounds thus far.
Maybe that hit of adrenaline as well is going to help. Knowing you've only got 2 lifts to get. A great position overhead, nice and strong, maybe a little light for the first attempt. But as I mentioned earlier, you've got to nail something first to get 3 digits added to your team score.
Let me steal something from Mads Jacobsen back in the semifinals. You have to hit a weight you know you can hit, you think you can hit, and you hope you can hit. Obviously, you only have 2 rounds here, not 3. The interesting thing the second time through, do you go with something you think you can hit or you hope you can hit? And does it all depend on how good the weight you know you can hit was?
Good question.
Yes. Yes, somewhere in the middle. It really does. Because if you go off that lift that you know and you're like, shoot, that was actually way easier than I thought, then you go for it, you push a little farther. But that comes down to experience and knowing yourself and what your body is capable of doing under pressure.
And what kind of jumps do you make in that? 15 pounds. See where that lands things for Annie Thorisdottir. 260 for a jerk.
Good day. That was nice.
And a no rep to the right.
KT CrossFit.
It's the Russian team. This is Laura Sanchez at 245 from AB CrossFit. Fittest in Venezuela just 2 years ago.
It's really important to keep that barbell close to your face, not get too far in front.
And that back leg just buckled.
Urban as well to the far left. Caitlin Van Zyl failing hers at 250. They did come in as the #1 qualified team out of the Oceanic region after the complex. So 250, that's crucial for them.
Now move fast, lift hezzy here with 250 for Winter Rodriguez. And that is good. Vaults are in front of Mayhem Independence, back into second place, 10 pounds off of Annie Thorisdottir's lead for Reykjavik.
10 seconds.
See what kind of shots we get taken here from Mayhem Independence.
3, 2,
I didn't see who lifted, if it was Sasha or Alexis. I would venture a guess Sasha Nieves is taking the jerks for Independence. No, it's Alexis Johnson.
It is.
255, and she does hit for Mayhem Independence.
Nice. She held on to that too. That was a fight.
Omnia also good, by the way, at 255.
Three, 2, 1.
Taylor Williamson in the back corner. Good at 250.
240 on the barbell. 10 seconds. Push it back all the way down to 17 and 18.
And we'll now move on to the front squats here. 5 minutes into this 20-minute rolling event. And we'll start at 245 pounds here in lane 18 with KT Kolesnikov team. 250 behind for Lauren Fisher. And that comes up easy for Reykjavik.
They needed that one.
And Lauren needs that too. She needs that
massive confidence hit last night.
Absolutely. So much hype with them coming into this competition. Looking to make a run. She moved to Iceland. Just so much that she's given to this year that they all have.
255 for Maria Quintero. That's
Stay with
easy.
it. Yes.
Elbow position, magnificent, making sure those elbows are facing forward just to get that barbell high on the rack position and closer to your center of mass to make the squat easier.
Tell you what, they've got an underrated female pair, Quintero and Sanchez, national champions in Venezuela and Colombia, and both incredibly young. youth movement in this sport.
What about progression of front squat? We start with broomsticks or PVC pipes, and the progression slowly grows until you can start lifting body weight, and then you add some percentages of your body weight. But you never stop wanting the urge to get stronger. The stronger you are, the easier life is.
3, 2, 2, 1.
One of the 9 foundational movements of CrossFit, starting with the air squat, moving the progression to the front squat. Elbows, great positioning.
Good there for CrossFit Portee, Laura Isaposu. 5'10" right now is still the number to beat for Reykjavik on their combined weight. AB hanging right with him at 480.
3, 2, 1.
275 on the bar for Andrea Nisler in the back. 280 in the foreground. And Nisler drives that up easily. And Freedom now jumps into first place when you combine that with Taylor Williamson from the jerk blocks at 250.
We'll see what Fisher does now.
260 pounds.
10-pound jump.
She's always been known for her lifting prowess. And that is why. Lauren Fisher, CrossFit Reykjavik. We're only halfway through the event, but a massive bounce back for them. Holding on to a top 3 position.
And you talk about quality teams coming in, it's not just for individuals. You've got to be able to gel, and when you do get a knockback like they did last night, this is the best way to boost those spirits and get them back into competition.
Now 260 for Quintero. Great fight. Knees out. That second drive. You saw her start to cave a little bit. And the push to finish it off.
We're going this way instead.
Navy Blue with 520 thus far. They're only 5 pounds off pace, 15 points out of first place on the overall leaderboard. 275 was just good.
Good 10 seconds.
CrossFit Tyrannus.
3, 2, 1.
So Navy Blue and Reykjavik are tied at 520. Mayhem Freedom is 5 pounds in front. 290. This is CrossFit Oslo in front. So 290 for both Nisler and Leanna Richter. If they both hit this, it'll still be a 5-pound Mayhem lead.
Easy day for Nisler.
She's great. Richter, a lot of time under tension.
Good for
and she
her.
still drives through it to finish.
Not what I expected from Oslo Navy Blue. Worked on their strength. Very, very strong lift.
Remember, these women have gone head-to-head at Wadapalooza with Kristen Holta. They beat Mayhem with Haley Adams.
Interesting breathing as well with this front squat. The breath wasn't exhaled until that barbell was on the platform.
All right, we're now into the men jerking. Tola Moricano just did 365 like it was 110. What do we put on the bar for the second attempt?
You've got to strategize that way. I think that was like you've got to know that's going to be too light. But that thing in the back of your mind is niggling going, what if you miss this? What is your team going to do to you?
And the team strategy from here now is what the other teams are doing. They don't know that. They don't know the math, what all the other ladies did and what they already made.
It's funny, Khan Porter's looking all the way down the field to see what everyone else is loading on his bar.
If you can see, or if you have somebody in the crowd that can help you with that to kind of give you a little, if your coach can see and kind of be doing some math.
But it's always hard to see from the side. You don't know what's on there.
And just saw Yvonne Verdun in the front for AB CrossFit. It was Urban Energy that I think just had that better than 300-pound lift. Now Christian Harris at 315. Again, the number we're trying to reach is Milford Conqueror at 1325. Yeah, that was easy.
The stand-up, he nearly got it overhead.
Yeah, does he get credit for a front squat as well?
10 seconds. 3, 2, 1.
335 on the bar for Porti. First team in Finland to qualify for the games. 335 is elevated.
It was like a half hybrid press jerk. That was a very easy lift. His feet didn't move too much either. So split, full split not required.
3, 2, 1.
350 for Samuel Cournoyer. Mayhem at this juncture, 540 pounds. Put that on that tally. So 890 puts Mayhem Freedom back in the lead.
10 seconds.
Now, also, how do you judge your shots here based on everybody else? We're starting to get to that point where you're running out of rounds. Invictus has now come from behind a little bit to announce their presence. Yes, you're taking shots based on what you're able to, but you also have to start treating this like a race, because Tola Moraqueño just put 405 pounds in the air.
I knew that first one was too light. That's ridiculous. They're going to spring in their step.
That was unbelievable. He's peaking.
I don't know. I was going to say you have to race people, but you can't race that.
That was a massive jump.
My Lord have mercy.
Johan Van Zyl.
Oh.
And he just went stanky leg.
Now, here's that they can have another athlete come help.
It's Adam Mancy coming in to help.
I want to go back to Moraqueño's lift, though, real quick. Because for him to make that big a jump, I understand the first one was light, but the jump in and of itself is a jolt to the system.
Super impressive.
Good at 345, 370. No. What happens when you get that bar overhead, but you can't get yourself underneath it firmly?
Depends where you place the barbell. If it's too far in front, which is normally the case, because your elbows are dipping on that dip drive, you're out in front and your body position, you cannot get underneath it enough to stabilize. I mentioned before about getting that bar into the center of mass as quickly as you can. In the failed lift there, the head was way back.
Too far back.
So you need to make sure that line of mass, if you dissect your body from the side, and the press half jerk,
yeah, he
1 foot step.
I know.
Good for Escalinen. I was going to say, like, he only kicked his leg halfway back, and I'm thinking this isn't going to work. And then he just pushed it overhead like it was nothing.
Flexibility though there.
Yeah. Joshua Alshama here. 385 for Invictus, currently in third place. Cournoyer just hit a massive lift back left. Invictus losing their minds, though, just putting up some huge weights across the board at the end of the final round on the jerk.
And I believe Sam Cournoyer put up 370.
Lucas Parker's fired up. Excuse me, Luke Parker, different people, fired up for Mayhem Independence. And we're now onto the front squats, opening up with 425.
45 is good for record there, but KT will not be denied 425 pounds.
Yikes. 12:15 is now on the board for the Kolesnikov team. 13:25, however, is the ultimate number to beat, keeping in mind that second place is 12:55. There's a big margin in between.
CrossFit 375, but overtake.
Mariano Centella.
His teammate who put up 375 earlier on at 405.
Strong base. 405 also coming up in the back.
405 pounds with one more attempt to go.
10 seconds.
Overtake team density.
3, 2, 1.
Now in first place after that lift at 405 pounds. KT with the 425. This is 435. Move fast, lift heavy is good. Will Carter, when you put that much weight on the bar for a front squat, you got to put that much chalk on the shoulders to keep that thing in place. Move fast, lift heavy is now in second place behind Overtake, 10 pounds the difference.
3, 2, 1.
Now we've got 290 in the back right corner. That's Frederick Dubé. Pro 1 on the men's side. Strength is not the biggest strength. They're going to try to make up some ground on the run next.
290, excuse me, for Montreal. 365 for CrossFit Omnia.
Heard Omnia 365. 340 is also good. That's 8th day. Michael Paz in front.
3, 2, 2.
They had a strong day yesterday.
Had a great day yesterday. 6th place overall. Working their way up from the final heat. Rich Froning in the back. Going to open up at 370. 365 for Reindahl.
Ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause for all of our men on their first attempts as we send it down the way.
All right, so Invictus used Jorge Fernandez's lift to jump up by 10 pounds over Mayhem Freedom. 405 on the opening front squat for Jorge Fernandez.
It seems as though Reykjavik has missed their first squat with Khan Porter.
So this is going to be huge for Khan in the back.
Got it at 370.
Yes. So Reykjavik at least has something on the board there. Kolesnikov team also hits huge, now in third at 12:45.
You talk about pressure coming in, especially when you're trying to climb up the leaderboard from 17th, and Khan Porter misses that first front squat, and the whole team's breathing down your neck.
Yeah, good on him.
You need to make this.
Otherwise, you're sitting there at 890 pounds, and that ain't going to do it. 380 for Urban Energy. Adam Manzi stands it up. But did they no rep that?
On depth.
For depth.
Yes. Oh. 380 pounds, and he stood up too soon.
3, 2, 1.
That's devastating with Johan missing his jerk, and now Adam missing that squat.
So Urban Energy stuck at 1140 as their total weight. 455, not going to go up for Carter. The striking dichotomy of like a near 100-pound difference on platforms next to one another.
It's an opportunity to use your strength where you've got them. Some of these people are just, these athletes just are really strong in their squat. That 455 though, Jeremy, that was
unbelievable.
That's a good 315 for Dubé in the back. 350 here for Mike Paz.
We got to think with CrossFit, it's one size fits all. You're going to have strengths, you're going to have weaknesses. You need to attack your weaknesses, but also maintain your strength. Just because you're good at squatting doesn't mean you stop squatting. You've got to keep doing that.
All right, Jorge Fernandez is off to the right. He hit at 405 to put Invictus in first. You've got 380 up front here for Avon. 390 for Froning, like it's nothing at all. Miss at 365 in the back. Fernandez is good for Invictus. Oslo, yes, at 380. Invictus is absolutely fired up because that should secure an event win for a team in podium contention on the start of day 2.
Ooh, huge for Invictus.
430 pounds for Jorge Fernandez.
Unbelievable.
I mean, he was a baseball pitcher, drive with your legs, right? But still. Like, they ain't all doing that.
Wow, no, that was a great lift. Invictus, one of the teams that we said was a stronger team. Expected to see them up there at the top of the leaderboard when it comes to this strength event, like they always are. But now we need to quickly shift gears. Mayhem, once again, Mayhem Freedom in second place. Solid second place across the board.
I would keep an eye on Invictus in this particular run, just because the Sea of Green was 5th, 7th, and came in 4th at the end of day 1. They just picked up an event victory, and they were phenomenal on the running event last year. Invictus could put themselves maybe in a spot for a leader's jersey. How do they do it?
Well, the recipe for success here is going to be correct run strategy. And while Invictus has many years of competition experience as a team here at the Games, Reykjavik doesn't. So I really hope they do choose the right strategy and use it well. They need to know their running capacity and capability.
Well, we saw that in heat number 1, where they had some teams actually had to change their strategy based upon how they felt on the first lap. Oslo, can they do what their other team has done?
They came in 5th in the lift.
But they came in today in 2nd place. They demolished the run event last year with the handstand walks and the 1.5 mile runs. They're all strong runners, so you know that they're looking at purple-red. They're saying, okay, we need to beat you guys.
Yeah.
So they have the time to beat, but everyone else here in this heat as well.
You mentioned that you've given us the time to beat. Now we know what we have to pace off.
Yes.
So really good having that extra team at your affiliate, that you know what numbers you need to hit to make sure you get above that first heat number.
19:04 is the time to beat. 19:07 is currently 2nd place between Oslo Purple Red and West Chase.
Now remember, the good news here is you have the entire field, so we just saw Mayhem Freedom finishing up at running out of it, but as long as they pass people, they know they're ahead of them, because when they come back into the field, then they'll be in the first lane.
And we saw that play out in the first heat today, and we saw it play out yesterday. It's exactly how Ricky Garrard beat Jona Koski, because Jona got back into North Park, had to run to a further lane than Ricky did, and Garrard passed him.
Transitioning from event number 2 to number 3, 1,600 meters, all 4 team members joined by a rope, and they've got to get around for that first lap. Once they do get back, any 2 team members have to carry that rope for the second 1 mile or 1,600 meter lap. And finally, 2 team members have probably rested about 6.5 minutes, and they've got to back up. And the anchor leg, probably the most important leg, and bringing the team home. Selwyn now taking the lead.
We've got the cycling bloodline, so the cardio in there. The Fowler brothers, whose father was an Olympic cyclist. They didn't get into cycling, but you figure they can go out there and give it a good run.
Now here's the thing, anytime that there's mass running in any games or any competition, it's so easy to get caught up in the pace of the event rather than the pace you should be running. All of these athletes have a sweet window that they should be running. They should know their tempos. And when you watch Mayhem Freedom in the back, just kind of staying there, staying composed is really important to watch that and know that they're seeing the whole field of play ahead of them.
It's almost scary. O2 is the official recovery drink and hydration mix of the NOBULL CrossFit Games. Visit drinko2.com/CrossFit for $25 site-wide on O2 recovery drinks and hydration mixes.
Speaking to the Selwyn guys yesterday, they were pretty happy with their first event, even though they did have that delay for 3 hours. But they said today is the day they are going to make their move, because they've really got a lot more in the tank and a lot more to give. They were expected at Torium Pro, as they were the first place qualifier coming into the Torium Pro. They got knocked about a little bit, and they took it for granted what they did in the quarterfinal stage. Coming into that, they said they're not going to make the same mistakes they made at Torium, and they did they did come in the 2nd place position into the qualifying for the CrossFit Games, but they just want to make a mark today and propel themselves up. They're in the top 10 spot, so they're looking pretty good.
Selwyn with a 9th place finish and a 14th place finish for 9th place overall after day 1. The 2 women on that team did compete at the Games last year, Madeline Schelling and Marnie Sykes, and they had a top 10 finish at the Games last year. They've gone to a new gym this year. They've combined with Luke and Ben Fowler. Luke is the smaller, Ben is the taller of the 2. And we talked about their father, an Olympic cyclist, their father Brian, 4-time Olympic cyclist. There's some fitness in those bones. Put that team together, they have hopes of a podium. You can see Reykjavik right behind, Invictus right behind them. No surprise in either of those 2 spots. Annie Thorisdottir is going to be the pace setter, you have to imagine, for Reykjavik. Jorge Fernandez is dragging the rope for Invictus.
Are here, CrossFit Oslo Navy Blue, and they're just one of 4 affiliates.
Same track as they did yesterday on the bike leg, so they'll know exactly where to go. Maybe if there were some spots on the course that they did find a little bit of loose gravel or some uneven ground, making sure they keep that track.
Invictus is coming uncomfortably close to the heels of Reykjavik. And Reykjavik's going to swing out wide, try to make a pass here. And it's interesting how you make passes early. This is the first of 3 miles. So how do you jockey? How do you put yourself in position trying to trace down CrossFit Selwyn right now out of Hornby in New Zealand, where it is currently winter.
Oh, it's freezing down there.
Yeah, they said they had to get used to the climate coming up here. Had about a week training camp in the States before coming to Madison.
Interesting story. All 4 qualified as individuals going into the Torian Pro, and it was a last-minute decision. They went, "You want to go team instead?" And they went, "Yeah, why not?" Here they are.
That takes some pressure off. I mean, it's such a different element when you're over on the team because it's such a, you work really hard, then you get a little rest usually. It's just a different style of training, but it's fun, and it brings the fun back to it. So if they already had the mindset of individual, there's just that little bit of pressure probably made that a lot more fun to train.
That's why we get into it in the first place, isn't it? Fun times.
That's what they're going for, the top spot in the standings. Heading in.
Luke Fowler in front, Ben Fowler, his brother, behind.
Luke's setting a really good pace, and you mentioned it in heat number 1, Tanya, with the relaxing of the shoulders makes it a lot easier to move that upper torso, and Luke out front looks so relaxed. Probably has to get in a few more steps than his taller brother.
Why you got to do it, man?
I got to do it.
They did want to give a shout out, by the way. Their coaches passed. They called him their water boy for the weekend. Bailey Martin, who also competed at the Torian Pro, just missed out on the cut for the CrossFit Games as an individual.
Great experience for him to be here as well, this close to the games, and former CrossFit Games team competitor as well. One of those youngsters, excited to see what he can do in the coming years.
All right, a 6-minute opening mile. How's that strike you?
That's fast. That's really fast. We're going to see now what do people decide to do? How are they breaking things out? Lauren Fisher, Con Porter go out for mile 2.
I really like this. Khan is on an absolute mission this week. So that is a great thing to do. And knowing that Lauren's got to keep up with him because he's going to set a red hot pace.
I'll let their jets take off. And Independence.
So we're on the second of these 3 miles. You can pick any of the 2 athletes to run. That is completely up to you. It is completely about the strategy.
Marnie Sykes joining Ben Fowler on the second lap.
Con Porter's with Lauren Fisher. Invictus has gone with their 2 men. So Joshua Alshama, who wears the shades that have the green tint to them with the headband, he runs with Jorge Fernandez. It'll be Devin Kim and Brittany Weiss that will run the anchor leg. Oslo Navy Blue right now, nowhere to be found. Out in the back of the pack, you can see Rich Froning and Mayhem Freedom in the red shorts, middle of screen. They were in the back of the pack to start the run. Part of that is because of where their lane was in North Park, but they have made a move.
They've already picked off about 5 teams. There's Rich.
Overall leaders, it's he and Samuel Cournoyer.
It's funny, when Mayhem left the arena, they were in last position because they were in that first lane.
Yeah, it's all relative, right?
Relative, yes, but they've got to pick off people all the way through their 3-mile run. But they will have a shorter run when they do get into North Park as opposed to everybody else.
Right, it's like you're in last position to the eye, but you're kind of in first position. Like, that's the weird piece to this. Yes, you want to run in the front of the pack, but it's the hidden leader in all of it. Tristan Leclerc and Frederick Dubé from Pro 1 Montreal in the middle of the pack. They're also trying to make a move. Top 5 team at the games last season.
The team in the lead, Selwyn, at the moment, they're in lane number 9, so they're not too far away from Mayhem. But starting to bunch up a little.
And that was a 6-minute first mile.
That's quick going.
And that's what we're looking for. Adrian Bosman, programmer of the games, is looking to make the really true test of fitness here, testing their strength and their speed, their endurance. What can they do here? The 3-mile run combined.
Where did Oslo come from? They're now in first.
A great pass just on that last corner. McCann Porter trying to push Lauren Fisher up the hill.
Where did Oslo come from?
Oslo Navy Blue sent their 2 men out there. And 15 seconds ago, I said Oslo Navy Blue nowhere to be found, and they're leading the pack.
I heard you, Joel.
They took that personally. Avendal Ringard is on the right. Nikolai Biladel on the left. You've got Fisher and Porter from Reykjavik chasing them down behind.
Khan probably looking in the best shape I've seen him for many years. He's dropped a lot of body fat, and training over there is probably the best thing he could have done because it's reignited his love and passion, not just for CrossFit, but competing in CrossFit.
And what did he tell us? He said, I'm definitely going back to Reykjavik next year because I love the structure, and I can only imagine what I could do with 12 months in that system. And then you said, team or individual? He was coy.
There was crickets. Bit of silence. So yeah, watch this space. But he's absolutely loving the atmosphere over there and the structure with his training. And you can tell spring in his step when we did have a chat to him. Navy Blue looking very comfortable out in front. Shoulders relaxed, having a bit of a chat. Most other teams looking fairly laboured at this stage, so not easy to get 2 miles back to back.
Oslo needed that too. A first place in event 1 and 8th place in the second event yesterday, so they were 15 points out of first. Then they took 5th in the lift in their heat. We still have to wait for the official results overall. So making a move here, your O2 recovery to push out in front. And then Con Porter saying, no, they can't get a big lead. He's got the hand in Lauren Fisher's back.
About 20 meters at the moment is their lead, and extending on the traverse back down. The slight rise in the track for this 1 mile run, and they've just hit the peak now. So a little bit easier on the legs as you propel your body, but a great test. And you mentioned that 6-minute distance for the 1.6 kilometre or 1 mile run, and what the body is capable of. Go back to the 1954 British Empire Commonwealth Games.
Of course.
When Roger Bannister and John Landy raced together for the first time, and they both broke the 4-minute mile back then the first time they did it. So 6 minutes for 2 team members at this level is exceptional.
Well, remember,
and almost doing it again, too.
I was going to say, this is a 2-mile run for these athletes.
Got to run the miles back to back here. If you're in the second pair, obviously you get about that 6-minute break. No surprise that Oslo was able to make this move. Dal Ringard is a soccer player. A guy can run for days. We were told that Biladel is the most athletic man in Norway. So you have that pairing, and they make a move to come in North Park.
For your leaders, CrossFit Oslo.
So Oslo in front, a little bit longer.
But look at this. CrossFit Independence right behind them.
Yeah, it's Mayhem who sent both their guys out first. So Sasha Nieves and Alexis Johnson are now out. They're in second place. But Parker and DeChico made a move late.
They did.
They were not in the lead pack.
That last section, the downhill portion.
Yep.
Whew. How many moves have we seen in the last couple of days on that traverse?
And it's not over.
How do you like this pairing? Because Tola Moraqueño, famously, it's the cardio for him to work on. Time to beat 1904. So he runs with Annie Thorisdottir because you know Annie is going to tug that rope and bring Tola along.
She just has to turn sideways and look at you, and you just have to keep up. You don't want to disappoint her.
Brittany Weiss from Invictus running with Devin Kim behind Reykjavik. And we saw Jorge Fernandez run earlier for Invictus, and the thing he told us that he loves about team competition, right? You get to pull one another here. Last year in the team competition, Brittany Weiss was screaming bloody murder at Jorge Fernandez. Slow down, I need to stop. Jorge ran faster, and he said, you can let go of the rope and embarrass yourself and have to catch up, or you can run faster.
Bit of tough love.
And she did, and she thanked him for it afterward. You don't get that on the individual side.
No, you don't. You motivate each other, or you just scare each other. Whatever works. You have to know. You have to know one another. What works.
Here comes Omnia, Mary Kay Dreisilker with the bun on the top of her head, and Mayhem Freedom right behind. Nistler with the hat, Williamson on the left.
Oslo versus Oslo. Team looking to set the previous top time to beat Oslo Purple Red.
This is the fun part here, running through the RV park. You think anybody has like beard somebody as they've gone through? Like you just toss them a cold one as they're running?
We'll set up a bench so they can get a drink station. Here's a beer for you.
Richter on the left, Hodenmir on the right for Oslo.
Selwyn making a massive move with Luke Fowler and Maddie Schelling.
It's early to push that hard though. Can they keep that pace? It's easy when you're waiting there to sprint your first 400 meters.
Well, that's how well do you know yourself, right?
Yeah.
But Luke was setting the pace for the team early, so Luke and Maddie are the two best runners in the team. So that wasn't a surprise to see them have a little bit of a rest and really push the pace. They have really closed that gap.
And that was the difference that we said, the two different strategies that you go with. Either you send your stronger runners for the second mile right away or have them rest. But yes, they look super relaxed and they're passing.
And how good does Tolamore Akenyo look on this run?
Tola does.
Well, talking about relaxed, when he started that run straight out of North Park, I've not seen a more relaxed human in my life. Just his breathing, shoulder position, arm movement, everything looks just really good. And they've kept in touch with Selwyn as well. Selwyn started to get a little bit of a lead, but they've clawed that back to about 1.5 meters.
Well, Selwyn is in second right now. You saw Leona Richter did have a quick peer back. Annie Thorisdottir's trying to make a pass, though.
The hard part about passing when you have your partner with you is just making sure you're talking and communicating where and when. She's staying right on her heels.
You have that thought coming into your first CrossFit Games experience, and you're running in front of Annie Thorisdottir, who's got so much experience.
Still a high sun with those long shadows here late afternoon in Madison, Wisconsin. This is the second mile for each of these athletes, the third mile for the teams, and the final mile of the event.
We've seen many passes coming in the back section of this course. I want to see what happens for the last probably 400 meters. They should have a fairly good gauge from the bike track yesterday exactly when to go. Don't leave anything in the tank.
Reykjavik picked up 5th place in the first event here, the lift. You can do a pretty good job here. You were 30th in the gymnastics event back at the Coliseum last night. If you pull in a 5th and like a 2nd or a 3rd, you're right back in contention for that podium spot, and that's what Annie Thorisdottir said last night.
And there's still so much more competition to come. This is only after this one will be 4 events total. We have days of competition ahead of us.
Feels like we're well deep into competition. It's only pretty much, this is the day 1 events that we're doing.
Rain delay does that to you, right?
Less than 2 minutes for that time to beat. Just over 19 minutes.
19:04 is what Oslo Purple Red hit. This is Oslo Navy Blue. 2nd place at these games last year. We said it yesterday, we will say it again. Last year, 2nd was 1st for them. This year, 1st is 1st. Selwyn hot on their heels.
Don't be surprised now to see Selwyn pick up the pace a little bit. They look like they're clawing closer to Navy Blue and away from the Reykjavik team.
This seems, though, about the same distance as West Chase had between themselves and Oslo Purple Red in the first heat, and try they did, they were unable to close it coming back into North Park.
It's going to be a quick time.
And they're going to smash the time to beat.
As you mentioned, it's probably going to be a 3rd place finish for Reykjavik, so that's going to be a great result for them for getting the 5th spot in event number 2 with the lift.
Now they don't have to run the entire length of the field. They just have to make it back under the Zeus rig and across the red line. 19:04 was the time to beat.
Wow.
Oh, they smashed it. Oslo, 2nd event win, here to play.
What an event for them, and one that we expected them
Selwyn,
to do well. That was. But now we have
Eighth day.
6th
place after day 1. Reykjavik comes in as well. Morikano just ran the mile of his life. We still haven't hit the time to beat. So these teams are all just passing Heat 1, and Mayhem Freedom is going to be wounded here. Heading into day 3, Vulnerable, Williamson, and Nisler racing down that first lane in 1909. 2 teams from Heat 1 beat them.
Whoa,
Wow.
shake-up coming.
Wow.
Oh, the girls, they're busted.
If we can quote Joe Rogan in the Octagon, they're hurting. They're hurt.
That speed that this Heat went at, well, they started, it was just so fast.
I would never doubt Rich Froning and company, but Oslo Navy Blue has thrown down the gauntlet and has said, let's go. 2 days of competition in the books, and we've got a fight.
Fantastic of an event that we knew last year, first place finish in the run event, that this is where they shine. You don't want to give that up, especially on a year that you are coming through. But yes, Jeremy, your face right now, Reykjavik, I know.
I just, like last night after seeing Cam Porter's face, he was just so disappointed. But that grin from ear to ear now, they know they're not out. They're going to fight, and they're going to fight all the way.
They do, but this is the thing for them. They know the events that they need to take because they don't know what's ahead of them. They don't know the struggles that they will face. So every area that they can excel and capitalize on, they need to, and they will.
I'm actually really thankful for the weather yesterday that they've expanded this out for a 2-day competition instead of packing all this in to yesterday. We probably see some different results if they did do it all in one day.
Mayhem Freedom will wind up in 10th place in the event. Pro 1 in 8th, Tyrannus in 6th, Invictus in 5th, 8th Day in 4th. These are all the times from this heat. 3rd for Reykjavik, 2nd for Selwyn, and the 2nd of 4 event wins, or 2nd event win in 4 events for Oslo Navy Blue.
Strong, impressive, confident. Early on, the teams were together, and it was Selwyn, Reykjavik, and Invictus. They were the teams that led this thing off. They were the teams that ended it. Couple jockeying for positions along the way, but when they came back, Oslo Navy Blue just told us, this is ours for the taking. Purple Red had said that in the first heat. They just smashed that time. Really strong day 1/2, whatever you want to call this day. And this is just going to take them where they need to go for the rest of the weekend.
Let's go to Jamie.
With 3 miles of running, and each pair had a run at 2, but in any order and any pairing, how did you guys decide on who was going to run together?
I think we have the female pair is the fastest one on the run with the most stamina as well. So I think the strategy was just to run fast, the 4 of us. Then the boys tried to just go all in and try to give the girls a lead. We sent them out in the lead, and they did a solid finish to finish up with the W.
In that second mile, the boys were able to come out in front, out of nowhere. What was going through your mind when you guys were in that second mile?
It was just to get the fastest time, both of us. And Ivan got a little bit tired, and I didn't get enough of the bobsled yesterday. So I pushed him up the hill, and then we got a good lead.
The women, you guys brought this home for the team. He said you guys are the strongest runners. What was going through your guys' mind to bring that home for your team?
We were so happy that the boys sent us out in the lead, so we just had to hold on for it. And we both pushed so hard, and 2 good people were coming up from behind. We were just like stressing, but it was perfect planned.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
They're wearing camouflage today. This is unofficial, but you will not be able to miss them tomorrow. Oslo Navy Blue will be wearing red and white, your overall leaders, again unofficially, through 2 days of competition. We've got a dogfight on the team side, just like we wanted. Full official results, standings, and more as they come in. Games.crossfit.com. For Jamie Hagia, Jeremy Austin, Tanya Wagner, the rest of our outstanding crew in Madison, my name is Joel Gadet. We will see you again tomorrow. Learn some Norwegian on the way.
The 2022 NOBULL CrossFit Games are sponsored by Thorne, the official supplement partner of CrossFit. NOBULL. No excuses, no shortcuts, no gimmicks, no tomorrows. No bull. U.S. Army. What's your warrior? Halo, the official ring of the 2022 NOBULL CrossFit Games. And RP Strength, the official nutrition coaching platform of the 2022 NOBULL CrossFit Games.
That was awesome. Keep at it. We're going to get you there. Great job. And we're going to start with these ring rows.
Over the years, nutrition has become more in the forefront of my preparation and getting ready for the CrossFit Games. Trifecta makes my life easier by taking the guesswork out. I think at the Games, there's a lot of things that are thrown at us. Having your nutrition dialed in gives you peace of mind. It's something that you don't have to think about. Trifecta is a great tool to help people chase their goals. My goal is to win the CrossFit Games.
3, 2, 1, go! Having Surface Co. as the official flooring provider of the Wodapalooza was an absolute game changer this year. The most important thing was creating a safe playing surface, and Surface Co.'s force mitigation and force absorption characteristics provided just that. Its interlocking ability made install a breeze, but also kept all of our flooring in the exact same location from the start of the weekend to the end. It looked awesome. After experiencing Surface Co. this year, we'll never go back.
Whether your goal is to chase records, write history, or become the best version of yourself, the intention put into the process is the same. To push your body to give its best every single day. For your body to give you what you want, you have to give it what it needs. The consistency you apply in every detail around your training is key. It allows you to perform one more rep in the last second. It's that rep that makes all the difference to make you better tomorrow.
CAP has brought tools into the equation for us, which allows for us to do exactly that, to give our athletes more, to give them something new to learn. It's easy to make it more fun because you just get to do that, just to be yourself and coach and have a blast. I do feel like CAP has made me a better coach and affiliate owner. It has allowed us to streamline how we do lesson planning and gives us more tools in the toolbox to better our coaches and myself.
Day 2 is done, and it was a beautiful one. The sun was out, blue skies, a little bit of heat coming off the field here as we saw every single division competing today on Day 2 at the CrossFit Games. Welcome to Day at the Games, presented by Thorne, everyone. Tommy Marquez alongside Adrian Conway. Adrian, we just saw the teams close out the day. Your thoughts on the back-to-back tests?
I absolutely love the back-to-back test. One of the aspects of fitness when we think about it is it's a combination of obscure measures. We've got an all-out strength test into a pretty intensive endurance test. To me, to watch them do the lifts, go right into the mile, have a bit of communication that could be the limitation between teams, it was a great way to end the day.
Plenty of highlights between all of the events today, but what was your Monster Hydro hard charging moment of the day?
You know, I think about hard charging. I think about what that actually means to me. And it was truly Haley Adams. Now, when we think about what she did here, man, I really just focus on the fact that she knows she's a runner and she leaned into it. There was an opportunity for her to think about picking her poison on what element she was going to focus more on or less on. And she knows that that's a strong suit of hers. She leaned into the run, looked left to right the entire workout, and actually was able to establish a healthy lead so that she knew that was going to be 100 points that she could count on throughout this A/B test.
Great job by Haley Adams, maximizing her points in those 200-point event. And now looking at the Masters division, there was one woman that turned in a dominant performance in Jen Dieter.
What Dieter did on that chipper was extremely impressive. She's the only one to finish it in her division, and with a time of 6:38. The time cap was a solid 7 minutes, so that means she had a healthy 22-second lead in an event that included double unders, strict handstand, push-ups, pegboard ascents, handstand walking, pistols. What more could you ask for? That was a talent show.
Well, if one dominant performance is good, maybe two is better. And looking at the adaptive divisions, we had two from Casey Acree and Valerie Cohen.
Yeah, dominance is what comes to my mind when I think about what they were able to do today out there on that field. And not necessarily a surprise, right? We think about what they've been able to do in the past, and we know that that's a part of their pedigree. They're returning as champions, and they're showing us exactly what champions do.
Look at that graphic, just ones across the board, not ceding any points whatsoever to their competition. We're gonna get you caught up on overall standings now after day number 2. We're gonna start with the team competition. They just wrapped up here at the North Park, and man, Adrian, looking at these overall standings, we have a new leader, CrossFit Oslo Navy Blue. On the back of that performance, in that final run, they take the lead and the leader's jersey for Mayhem Freedom.
Yeah, listen, we've been talking about this for a couple days now. Elena on their team, they showed up last year to compete, but they said second place was first place last year. They were content with that. This year they said first place is first place. That means it doesn't matter what Mayhem has done in the history. They have said it verbally, and they're literally showing us on the floor, workout after workout, that they're here to compete for the Affiliate Cup, and that's it.
Completely different day 1 for the team from Oslo Navy Blue. Looking at the men's division now and your overall standings after day 2, and a few extra events here on day 2 as well after the weather change. And Ricky Garrard expands his lead, 62 points over Justin Medeiros. And look who is in third, the man everyone was excited to see, Roman Krennikov. But Adrian, Ricky Garrard still on top after 2 days.
Removed from our sport for 5 years due to his sanctions and penalty, and to see him out here, not just with a winner's attitude, but a winner's mentality. He's executing, and by definition to me, he's killing them with consistency. We know Ricky can be a very emotional competitor, and I thought about this yesterday, and to me it remains true that the longer the field allows him to wear that white jersey, the harder it's gonna be for them to remove it from his chest.
Yeah, he's just gonna build some momentum there. But on the flip side of things, unfortunately, something maybe some people start to expect, but a tough result from Pat Vellner today.
Yeah. Listen, this has been a year-long buildup. We've talked about it in several different opportunities, Tommy, but Vellner's being Vellner. And the question is now with this 35th place, is he going to have the opportunity to reconcile this and recover from this bad placing with such a well-rounded men's field? This is the most decorated men's field that we've ever seen in the history of this competition in 16 years. Can this be something that still allows him to perform and be a top 5 athlete?
Yeah, tough to watch him struggle with those jerks in that last event for the individuals. We're moving over to the women's division now, and your overall standings, and your day 1 leader is still the leader after day number 2. Mallory O'Brien leads the way with 396 points. Emma Lawson still holding strong in second, but look who's creeping up. Tia-Claire Toomey moves up into the top 3.
Tia's creeping.
Oh, but you gotta love it. I'm sorry to cut you off, but we gotta give credit where credit's due. Mallory O'Brien leading the way after 2 days. I think this is what some people expected after the year she's had so far.
Absolutely, and this is what I think about. She came last year as a minor. She was doing her thing. She's 18. Hey, she's grown. She's got all the experience in the whole world. I'm being sarcastic here, Tommy, but she's under the tutelage of Matt Frazier. And what that tells me is that she's literally executing with a champion's swagger. Consistency is going to be the name of the game for her, and I'll be honest with you, as she builds years of experience, she's not going to hand anyone the victory. They're going to actually have to take it from her at this point.
And looking at the top stories now from the Masters division, I think an athlete we expected to do well here in the women's 35 to 39 division, that's China Cho.
Yeah, and we know that China has a ton of experience as a competitor. We know that she's going to come in, she's going to run well, she's going to climb well, and I was extremely impressed with her first place on Event 1, but really what I was impressed with was her well-rounded performance on Event 2 with a 4th place finish in an event that I would consider for her history and her body type a damage control event with all of those max tests, and she's showing us with the lead that she's got going into day 2.
Yeah, China Cho shows a seasoned competitor through and through, but moving over to the teenage competition, top performer for today, Olivia Kerstetter handled business.
And we expected her to. This is a woman, a young woman, who had the opportunity to go to a semifinal and have a potential chance at the CrossFit Games this year, and none of us would have counted her out. So for her to show up, go second on these first 2 events, now going in with a cushion 50-point lead, I don't expect it to diminish at all throughout the course of the next few days. I think she's going to throttle down on the gas pedal and continue to pull away.
Get used to saying that name because we might see her as an individual before long. Looking at the day now for the individuals, they had 200 points up for grabs, and with that in mind, what was your recovery of the day presented by Rossi?
You know who it had to be. Tia-Claire Toomey, the GOAT of our sport, literally the fittest woman of all times, the fittest athlete of all time. And it was only a matter of time until we saw her do this, but with this particular event, 200 points on the board, she came out and seized 197 of them in order to close the gap on that first place finish, which we know she expects to have at the finish of this full test when the week's over.
And Tia-Claire Toomey with momentum is as dangerous as any athlete we have seen in the sport. We're going to wrap things up here at Day at the Games. We want to say a special thanks to our Day 2 sponsor, Thorne. Thorne is the official supplement partner of CrossFit. Visit thorne.com/u/CrossFit to shop the NSF Certified for Sport product line trusted by CrossFit. These products are tested for more than 200 banned substances to give athletes peace of mind knowing that nothing in the extensive banned substance list will show up on a drug test. That's going to do it for us here at the Day at the Games presented by Thorne. Give you a quick update on the schedule for day number 3. We have the individuals kicking things off. Event 5 takes place. That's at the Capitol. It's at 9 a.m. to 10:30 p.m. Meanwhile, the age groups and adaptives will be going as well. Teams will follow the individuals, and we have a full day with all divisions throwing down here on a Friday that should kick off an exciting CrossFit Games weekend. Thank you again, Adrian, for always picking me up on these shows, and thank you to everyone for watching our show here at Day at the Games. We're going to send you guys out for the day. We'll be back tomorrow morning to kick things off on Friday. We'll see you bright and early for day number 3 at the 2022 NOBULL CrossFit Games. See you tomorrow, everyone.